Here, I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Huh? Right. Now, first things first. This is the last offline meeting that we are having of the year. And I will do a very quick review of what we've done and what we plan to do in the next year, so that probably you might be motivated to come back for more learning, because we have a lot to give. As you realize, we have been always calling in an expert during these sessions. And even today, we are having an expert from Ambani School come and talk to us and introduce us to design thinking. I, I sent you my writing on design thinking. I don't know if you've had the time to read it, because I know how desperately busy all teachers are, and I honor that. But have any of you read the 6 pages that I asked you? Only Sister Gloria? Okay. Others have not read. Actually, if you would have read it, she would have made more sense today. That's why I posted it, but that's all right. After you go back today, then please read it, because design thinking is big, and we will be using it. If you come back to us in the next academic year, we will be using it to show you how to actualize it, how to plan it, because it's a completely different way of teaching, and it's a brilliant way of teaching according to me. I've taught that way, and I know how students get totally involved and they love it. So every time we've been bringing in an expert, every time we've been introducing you to new things. And what I want to honestly know from you, honestly, have these sessions made sense to you? Honest to God. Or do you feel that, because, Sister Gloria, please plug your ears. Do you feel that your principals have pushed you into this, and therefore you are here, and you can't really use it for your day-to-day teaching? Honest to God, because I can change things according to your feelings, according to your thoughts. Please, teachers, please tell me. Give me a feedback, please. What have these sessions done for you?
That is the first step of designing. Empathy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's because she's read it. Okay, please tell me. Have you found these sessions useful? Don't say yes only. If yes, in what way? If no, in what way? And we will change things accordingly. Because, see, these sessions are not for us. These sessions are for you. Yes, teachers, anyone can begin. The first one is the bravest. Nobody, it hasn't meant anything for anyone? Yes, of course.
The session on the BTRs what we had last time,
and we have implemented it in our school.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes, and,
Xavier's.
Badala.
Oh, wonderful.
So I'm talking on the primary level because I check the logbooks and all. So every week there has to be a VTR, in their planning.
All right.
Any subject, they can choose a subject they
All
want. So every week we have it, and teachers are, exploring new ways like the connect puzzle. There's a think pair share. There's what I think now, and now I think what I
Yes.
used to think.
How wonderful is this?
So
See, and basically, do the students enjoy it more?
yes.
Do the teachers enjoy it more? All right. Now, this is because they went ahead and explored. Now, actually, if I were to do the VTRs in detail with you, I would need one whole day to do it with you in detail. But it's so brilliant that you have taken the initiative and you have gone ahead and done it. Like that, have any of you explored technopurses? Yes? How many have explored technopurses?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. No, not only Patak. I'm not looking only at Patak.
Say yes. Yes, we said yes.
They said yes. They said yes. Patak said yes. And what about the other schools? Have you done technopurses?
Yes.
Why am I foisting technopurses on you? Is it because it's my baby?
No.
It is what, honestly, the future of education is going to look like. And I'm going to do that with you, so I won't belabor the point. And now I've been also invited by the industry to talk to the corporates about it on the 21st of March, of how technopurses will, that kind of education will make students future ready. All right. So most of you have implemented technopurses. What about, I forgot to welcome the online people, and a very warm welcome to all of you, please. And please interact with us. You are a part of the conference. So if you have any questions, please post them. Nehali will convey that to me, the questions, okay? A little more? It's straight in my eyes.
Because you are not seeing. That's a yes. Yes.
Yeah?
The cameras, yes.
Okay, right. So online participants also, have you implemented technopurses? Okay. Next. Yeah, good morning. Yes, okay. Any difficulties with technopurses? It's a new way of thinking. So initially, like when a baby starts walking, the baby will stumble and fall. But there are two adults here, Donna and I, to hold your hand at any time. Mainly, Donna is involved in technopurses because I'm going on with other work and exploring newer areas and bringing in the resource people who we need for not only this consortium, but also for our GTPS. All right. So any problems that you've had mainly with technopurses? No? MI, multiple intelligences? Implementing multiple intelligences. How many of you have tried multiple intelligence? I'm not saying perfected. None of us have perfected anything. We are exploring. So how many of you have tried technopurses? I mean, multiple intelligences? How many? You've tried, but why you've half tried or quarter tried or fully tried? Okay. Also, online participants are welcome to inform us. Have you tried MI, multiple intelligences? Never mind. That's all right. We'll do a complete consolidation today. The whole morning session is consolidation before we move on to design thinking, and then next time project-based thinking and all of that. Project-based learning.
Online participants to send in to share their learning.
Yeah, the online participants, Ms. Donna requests you to please share your technopoetic learning plans. Okay? All right. So some of you have also gone ahead and implemented VTRs. Experiential learning, now that is such a tricky thing because it's not activity based only. There's much more that goes into experiential learning. So in the morning, we'll do a quick revision, as I said. Okay. And at the end of it, if you feel more confident, then that's great. If you feel that there is still something which you do not understand, we can even do one more online session with you. Okay. Be honest. Nobody is going to think you dumb. I'm learning all the time. I have just now signed up for a new program teaching me the latest of AI, artificial intelligence for education. So we literally need to be lifelong learners, not only just a nice catchy phrase. We need to be lifelong learners because the world is going to change more in the next 20 years than it has in the past 300 years. Literally. So we are in for a cataclysmic change, and either we can be afraid of it and say, no, no, Baba, let me sit in my padded slot, or we can say, how exciting. I do the latter. I say that we are at a brilliant time in history where we can really reshape education. If you were living in the 19th century, early 20th century, even late 20th century, 90s, a few thoughts came in at that time. But now, in the next 18 months, how much, teachers? 18 months, only 1.5 years, we are going to come across amazing AI which we can use fruitfully and intelligently. We don't have to be slaves of AI. We can be masters of AI if we know how to use it intelligently. How many of you here use ChatGPT? And how easy is it? Completely user friendly. Like that, all the AI today is user friendly. Earlier, when you needed to create a song, you had to book a studio, you had to book a songwriter, you had to book somebody who put it to music, and you spent any amount of money. Today, you can do it in 5 minutes. You can tell ChatGPT, I want a song on Global Citizenship Education Consortium. This is our aim. Make us some nice lyrics. We should try, but not today. There's no time. We'll try. Okay. So Chat GPT will give you amazing lyrics. Some of them you may want to change. Then you copy it and paste it in suno.com. When you paste it in suno.com, there you will be told what kind of song do you want? Do you want it in jazz, or do you want it in pop, or do you want a hip hop, or what kind of rhythm do you want? So you select your rhythm. Come, Reena, miss. Come. Yeah, you can sit anywhere. Hello, welcome, all of you. Welcome. Ma'am, your place is kept here. You have friends here who kept your place. Last person to shut the door. Huh? Good morning, good morning. All right. So you paste it in suno.com. You've selected the style. You've said whether you want a male voice or a female voice, and you've clicked that. And the song is produced in seconds, which you can use. Now, how cool is that? How cool is that? So when you have the technology, you use it. I don't think anyone here came in a bullock cart. No. So we use whatever happens. We are using smartphones, right? So same way we'll be using AR. Okay. So now let me do a very quick review of what we've done already in this year. Teachers, we've asked for tea, coffee for you. No, they bring it up. And tell them to bring it up with sugar, huh? Yeah. They will want sugar, Donna. They will want sugar. No, don't put and bring. Let them take it.
Nobody wants, no? They're sitting out. I've told them to give whoever.
Acha, somebody's coming. Yes, come in, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anybody wants to see the.
Acha.
Sit here.
Which school are you from?
Patak, Philippines.
Okay, welcome. Come, let's start. Let's start with the PPT. Now we'll do a quick review of the work that we have done in this 1 year. One online session is pending, and principals tell me that 28th of March is a bad idea because many of them are into exams. So we postponed it to 25th of April. Okay, you can make a note of that. So review of GCED Consortium.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. You are not audible.
We need to reconnect with our own nature. We need to reconnect with outside nature. What else do we need to reconnect with? Reconnect. Not for the first time connect, but reconnect. Reconnect with those who are around us. In every school, we know it happens because of the way we are brought up and our thinking. We know we do all our cutties and butties. Yeah, my friend who listens to me, my other one who always criticizes me, this goes on. Reconnect with everyone, irrespective. Irrespective. Just throw out those old notions that if that person appreciates me, then that person likes me. If she criticizes me, maybe she likes me more. Does it make sense? Does it make sense with what I'm saying? So reconnect. Okay. Last one. Rebuild. You rebuild society, your educational system, and everything else. Fine, teachers? So please, this is our motto. There is nothing that we can't do. When a baby is very small, before the baby goes to school, everyone says, oh, my baby is so special. My baby can sing like this, she can dance like this, she can do rangoli like this, whatever, whatever. But the minute the child crosses the threshold to go into school, then the child becomes markable instead of remarkable. Correct? Based on the marks, the child begins to say, I can't. I can't do this. I can't do mathematics. I can't do gymnastics. Where did this word I can't come from? Because we wiped away the I can. So, teachers, and we have to be far in the belly revolutionaries to bring about change. And we can be at the forefront. So, we can rethink, reconnect, rebuild. Is this fine? Is the motto of GCED very clear to you? Okay, quickly let's review. Let's review. What we did during these in-person sessions, these live sessions, we started with technopoiesis because if education in the future has to be relevant, personalized, collaborative, action-based, and unifying, all the 5 steps are taken care of by technopoiesis. All 5. I don't have the time today. I have a whole PPT on this of how technopoiesis will make the students future ready. But for now, it's enough to say this much. All 5 things that we are supposed to do for the future of education, we can do it. Next, we also did on that same day, 19th April, we also did interdisciplinary experiential learning. Then we went also on that day, we did nature-based learning with Bittu Saigal there. And then later on, we called Satsang Foundation and again Preeti from Kids for Tigers. And we talked about nature-based education. We did thinking-based learning, which is multiple intelligences. We did mind mapping. We did visible thinking routines, VTRs. And today we are doing design thinking. Brilliant, very important. All are important. Our whole GTPS, Global Tipping Point Summit, was an expression of art-based learning. So this is what we've done. We've done a lot of work considering that we have worked together offline for 6 whole days. 6 whole days. Okay, next.
All are available on the website.
All are available on the website. Then I'll give you this PPT. I'll share this PPT with you. Then we've also done online sessions on 16th August, 15th November, and now we will do it on 25th April to consolidate the learning. Teachers, during these sessions, please come up with your difficulties, with whatever has worked for you, with whatever has not worked for you, because 25th April is a last chance for this year. Then if your school principals think it relevant and they re-register for next year, then we'll continue the work. Next. This is our tentative schedule of the work we are doing next year, of what we plan for GCED. We're calling building competencies. Another word for competencies would be skills. Okay? So building competencies for future-ready learners. Teachers, now our focus has to shift completely from teaching to learning. I may be a superb teacher, but have you learned? If I'm an entertainer, then it's okay to be good as a performer. But a teacher is not a performer. A teacher is somebody who cares whether my students have learned. If they've not learned, the fault is not theirs, but it's mine. Because I have missed out on some multiple intelligence that they are blessed with. So the whole focus has to shift from teaching to learning. We will start with 25 this year to 26, now the new academic year.
So July 25 is it?
Yeah, it'll be from July 25. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've written 24 here. I'm so sorry. All right. So project-based learning through Technopause. Let's just change that. No? Then incorporating, even the next one is a mistake. Next one also, 25. Okay, thank you.
And November 25.
No, this is the year, no? It's okay. Yeah, you can write 25 if you want after November. So first thing we'll be doing on 4th July, we've kept it to a Friday, is project-based learning, PBL. And when we are doing project-based learning, we are going to bring in experiential learning and design thinking and tell you how to plan it hands-on as a teacher, not just the theory that we have done up to now, but how do you actually plan and execute it in the classroom. And there too, we will try for some expert again. Then incorporating digital learning with artificial intelligence tools into technopoetic learning plans. So this will be completely on AI, this session. The third session, developing social, emotional, and ethical skills through inner peace, is again the theme of Global Tipping Point Summit because so much has to be done. We have done song and dance and this and that, but how do we bring it together with technopoesis? The last one is the most important, enabling learners. Now, all this focus has been on teachers, enabling learners to become lifelong learners themselves. How do you do it? By helping students create their own unique learning paths. Now, if I learn as a verbal linguistic, if I learn through my auditory channel, because I love words, I love music, if I work with bodily kinesthetic because I love dancing, then the teacher, how does she bring in all these windows, which Donna will be repeating with you today, to ensure that all students are addressed? And then you make the child aware that this is the best way you learn. So if the child is visual spatial, the child will learn very well with graphs and bars and pictures and everything. The child will not learn through this kind of talk chalk, right? So then you tell the child, now here, artificial intelligence does a great job because artificial intelligence personalizes learning. So now if I type in ChatGPT, I want to learn magnetism in science as a visual learner. teach me. ChatGPT will teach me. As a visual learner, the teacher can't do all unless the teachers collaborate. And if that is not possible because of timetable exigencies or any other problems, the AI will do it. AI is going to be great at immersive, personalized learning through augmented reality, through virtual reality. It will give the student immersive experiences, and every child will learn. Then the whole trajectory. Today you can do maths. I will explain to you maths the way you are ready to learn it, not the way the teacher is giving it, but the way you. So then each student will develop a portfolio, and that portfolio will show how the student has learned on his or her own. And self-learning is going to be vital for the future. So this is what we're going to do in our next GCED. God willing, if you all come back. Okay, fine, right? Now the technical issues. Online teachers, any queries? Anybody here? Any questions? Don't feel frightened. Don't feel intimidated. All this is so new. Wow, a child doesn't feel that way. Mic is off. What's that?
No, ma'am, it was off, but now we can hear you.
Don't feel worried about anything. A child will not feel worried, otherwise, a child will never learn ABCD. Forget about anything else. The child tries and learns. So, with the curiosity, okay, is it okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. With the curiosity, with the enthusiasm of a child, want to learn, you should want to learn something new. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Yes.
So, what do you have to do for this? Sorry, I don't mean to be mean. You have to forget your BA. It's not going to work anymore. It's not going to work anymore. Okay? So let's together create this whole new movement, teachers. Okay. Now, a very quick revision of something you already know, technopurses. Tell me if you have a problem anywhere. Just go to the steps directly. All right? You can just look at this. This is a PPT I've already done with you. Let's see if there is any one step that is bothering you. All this is in alignment with NEP and GCED, completely in alignment. Okay. You also understand sourceful intelligence, valuing your uniqueness and your oneness. Okay. And transitioning learners from a self versus other to a self and other to an all is self. All this is clear to you, teachers? Yes or no? Teachers, please interact with me. Okay. Also, that this trajectory is supported by the sciences, by particle entanglement theory, by quantum physics, what we are doing. Then, how we created this word, how I created this word, technopurses. Yes, next. Go on. This is the important thing. Now, put all the names here. I say it in my sleep, okay? Yeah, so is there any step which is problematic to you? Any step? When creating your learning plans, do you ask the next slide, please? These questions. Why should this be learned? How does it connect with the lives of the learners? Is relate. Next is stimulate. How can we stimulate learners with different learning and thinking styles to inspire them to take an interest in the topic? When you're interested, there is never a discipline problem because you want to learn, right? Collaborate. What can we do to encourage preferably transdisciplinary research work through group activity? So everything is not activity, activity, activity. Next, how can learners be made to act on the basis of their learning? Next, how can learners be led to think in inclusive ways and experience oneness. When you do your technopoetic learning plans, please, these are the only questions you need to ask yourself. All right, next. So that makes education relevant. The joys of technology. That makes education relevant. Next is personalized, collaborative, and transdisciplinary, application based, and unifying. Teachers, are you comfortable with all of this? All right. Okay. So then I'll hand over the next session to, it's my session again on experiential learning. Okay. So any questions, any doubts? Otherwise, we move to experiential learning where you are going to now do something actively. Ready? Ready, teachers?
Yes.
That's schedule wise.
9:30
Schedule
to
wise.
10:30.
9:30 to 10:30. We have 1 hour. And how many teachers do we have here? Donna's counting sheep. Didn't anyone object to it? How dare you call us sheep?
Yeah.
We are lions in our own right. But a good leader is always a follower.
So
Remember,
five in a group.
5 in a group. 5 in a group.
6 groups.
Yeah, okay.
Or you want 6 in a
Make
group?
6 in a group. There may not be time for it.
6. So can you? Do you want me to do the groups? Yeah. Okay, so count 1. 1.
Count up to 6, that's one group.
No. 1, 2, 3.
Say 4, 5,
Remember your number.
5, and 6. That's one group.
No. 1.
Again,
One,
no, next
all
one.
the ones go together so that they're mixed up.
Oh, you want to mix them up?
Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Here, Rina.
4.
4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6.
5.
Okay, all the ones get together.
All the ones sit with each other.
Kinesthetic.
Yeah, the next experiential learning. Number
All the 2s.
3. Don't show it, Justin. Go ahead. Let it go. Bas. Quickly, teachers.
You can turn your chairs.
You can, yeah, just turn your chairs. 6, go to Sister Gloria. You're all one, sit now. Find place and sit, and you can turn the chairs. Are teachers? You have to sit together. Anybody who's 6, go to Sister Gloria, please. Who's 6? Go to Sister Gloria.
AC remote, they're feeling cold.
No, it's very.
But they're feeling cold. So
But now they've changed places now.
No, so that's an us now only. This one,
5.
make it slightly less, more.
You just hold up your hand like this, whatever be your number. So 5 now, you can see who are the 5s. All the 5s get together. Six. Where are the 6s? 2 more 6s are missing. Number 6. Excuse me. 6 is not there. 5. One more 6. One more 6 is missing.
One 6 is not there.
Yeah, that's why not 6, 5. But there are 4. 4.
There should be a 5.
1 minute, there should be one more
How many?
6.
1 and 5.
5.
5.
Yeah, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 in 1. Who's number 6? Okay, then number 2, how many there are? 5.
Yeah.
5.
Here, how many?
Didn't I count? It's 5. Okay, I'm sorry. 5, 5, 9, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Correct. 5. Correct, no? Okay. 1 less.
But that doesn't
No,
matter.
all correct. All correct.
Okay, okay. So now, one day, Principal Gloria receives a letter from a parent, and the parent is complaining about something. How will you make it into an experiential learning project? This is the workshop here. Okay. So now I'll give you the exact wording. Dear Principal, I hope this letter finds you well. As a concerned parent, I'm writing to express my disappointment regarding the curriculum's overwhelming focus on Western countries and cities, while Mumbai and India's rich history and culture seem to be overlooked. Recently, a family member mentioned Bombay in a conversation, and my child, who is studying in the 6th grade, did not even recognize that it was Mumbai's name up to 1995. This incident highlights a worrying gap in their local historical knowledge. While global awareness is important, it is equally vital that children understand their own city and country's heritage. I kindly urge the school to incorporate more India centric content in the curriculum so that students can develop a deeper connection with their own roots. I look forward to your thoughts on this matter. Best regards, and the parent. Okay, this is a fictional letter, what I've made up. But imagine that Sister Gloria, who's the only principal here, and who has been so supportive of GCED that we don't know how to thank her. Honestly, sister, we don't know how to thank you. Because you've been supportive of Technopoesis since 2014, and our friends of LSF, Learning Space Foundation, have been with us for 5 years now, and they are starting their own program on Technopoesis in Marathi. And if you know of anyone who wants to learn it in Marathi, then LSF will be teaching that online, mainly online. Okay. So imagine that the principal receives this letter, and she calls the teachers and she tells the teachers what should we do about it. Next slide. Now, in your groups, you create an experiential learning plan. What is the point of experiential learning plan? That it is a real life situation. See, teachers, there is a slight difference between relevant and real. Relevant is when something is important to you, but real is when it is a real life problem and you are tackling it and taking that under your wing and working on it as an educationist. Got that clear? Now, this is a real problem. The child didn't even know that Mumbai was earlier called Bombay. Forget about other things. And frankly, how many of us know the heritage and culture of Mumbai? I can't say I know. Yes, I do, in bits and pieces. So, can the different subject teachers get together and create one experiential learning project? So all you have to do is, I'm telling you that this is for the middle school, for children from 6th to 8th grade. All right. If you are only primary teachers, then you can do it for the primary children. There's no problem at all. How many weeks do you think this program will take? Because timetable has to be scheduled that way. Subject integration. What are the subjects that will come into it? So the English teacher will work with the history teacher, will work with the art teacher, will work probably with the music teacher, will work with the canteen person, with vada pav and all being very typical of Mumbai, no? Right? So they will work with together and they will say that we'll come up with a program. I have done my work on it and I've created it on my own, but I don't want to voice that because it's my thinking. I want to know your thinking. Location. Where will the children be? They can't be sitting only in the class and working on the computer. They will have to get out. They will have to do field visits to historical places, to cultural sites. When? On which day is the museum open or whatever, on which day is this art gallery open? So you'll have to schedule it and plan it that way, of course. I mean, I'm not asking for great details because we don't have time today. Then what is your learning objective in doing this? What are the learning outcomes that you'll be sure of? If you take the 5 steps of technopoiesis, what activities and what things will you bring into these 5 steps? Okay, so your TLP learning plan for 4 weeks. Or this will take a lot of time because the teachers, different subject teachers have to sit together, right? And finally, what kind of assessment? You can't have the regular assessment and evaluation. So, what is your assessment criteria and how will you evaluate it? From now, we'll give you half an hour to discuss it among yourself, and then we'll take about, we won't have people presenting in groups, we'll just have a discussion on it and we will conclude it today. This is only to initiate you into experiential learning because I think people have not understood experiential learning very well. Okay, right, so now you may start. Just look at these areas for now.
Audio not clear.
Is it okay, teachers? Yeah, is it okay? Any difficulty?
Here we can present.
Teachers, 5 more minutes is okay? Is it okay? 5 more minutes and we'll have more time to discuss. 5 minutes. We can say that. How many have finished? Wonderful. That group is good. How many finished? Finished? What about that group? What's that group? Done? Huh? Our work is so interesting. No? I get so excited learning new things. I'm like a child. Tell me something. I don't know that. I want to learn it. Then I think how it can be applied. Okay, teachers, lovely. Thank you. Online day. Online teachers, offline teachers, are we ready? Okay. Now for the next 2 sessions also, you will keep to the same group. All right, we'll make it easier for you and for ourselves. Okay. If we go back to our motto, perhaps it's the first time you've made an experiential learning project. Is that right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. We can or we can't?
Yes.
Did you rethink?
Yes.
Did you reconnect?
Yes.
And you were not in your comfortable zones of Patak with Patak, LSF with LSF, auxilium with auxilium. All right. Okay. So you could reconnect with people. You've known them. You've seen them. You've seen them 3 times already. On 19th April, 30th August, and for the GGPS. So now you've reconnected with them, right? And you are rebuilding. Yes, that's it. All right. Now let's go through this. Is it okay? Most of you have done it for middle school. Has anyone done it for primary? If you've done, very good. Excellent. That you will decide whom you're going to do it for, and then you will decide on your project activities, and your planning will be based on that. All right. Next, how many weeks do you think this program should take? Yes? 4 weeks. Anyone else? Anyone else? Don't take too long with it, because then 2 weeks might be a little too short for it, is my guess. I may be wrong, but my guess is 2 weeks might be a little too short for it. 4 weeks to me seems all right. Because the problem is timetabling it. And next time when I talk to you, if I do, is how do we timetable everything so that there is total clarity and no chaos? How do we timetable what the students are going to do, what the teachers are going to do, what the admin staff is going to do, what the parents need to do? We will timetable everything. All right, that is the way you can really successfully do it. Otherwise, this kind of work could deteriorate into chaos and a waste of time. We don't want any time wasted, right, teachers? Huh? So we'll plan. That's fine, whatever you plan. Subject integration. For this kind of topic, which subject teachers could get together? geography,
Drawing,
art, yeah, drawing, art, languages, yes, maths, yes, of course. You see how easy it is? So now the principal has to say that we all the teachers have to get together and we have to create. Now what does a geography person want the students to learn? So then that is part of your planning. What does, because everything has to be learned, no? What does a history teacher want the students to learn? What does an English teacher want the students to learn? What does a Hindi teacher, Marathi teacher, whatever? All the teachers, science teacher, maths teacher. So you see, you can have a subject integration. And NEP wants you to be transdisciplinary. Correct? Next, location. What is a location? It's not only the classroom or the computer room. It'll have to be, as I said earlier, it'll have to be field visits. Now, what field visits have you planned, teachers? Sorry? Historical places. Can you name one or two?
Like we had, Mumbai was having 7 islands.
Yes.
And now it's being turned and it is considered to be a Mumbai. How it has come up, like Bombay Island, Mazgaon, Parel, and then Worli, Mahi.
Yes.
And so there are some forts, science.
Yes, very good, Sudarshan. There are these historical sites about which we know very little. In this huge metropolitan, there are these kind of forts and all that you can also visit. What else? Beaches, marine walk. Yes.
And
There you can teach your sustainability also. How the beaches have to be kept clean, how it affects the animals and all. So we are doing our GCED work alongside. Yes, what else? What are the other places you think you could take? Museum. Okay, what else?
Science Center.
Which center?
Science Center.
Science, yes, we have a unique Nehru Science Center. Elephanta Caves. Temples are very, it's rich with temples. You have one Mahalakshmi temple, and within 10 minutes of we have the Haji Ali Dargah, and then we have Buddhist temples. So it's been a city where all people from different cultures and religions have amalgamated and lived comfortably. That's great. What else? So temples and all. And when you plan your temples also, please make sure that you cover different religions. Because then Mount Mary is not too far. Right? You know? So, yeah. And now you will also have your teams going to different places. The whole class will not be going to all these places. Otherwise, you will take 6 months to do this project. Correct? So, how will you form teams? How will you form parents? Who's going to take them? You can recruit parents for that. That during this field visit, we would like volunteers, parent volunteers, because teachers can then be left free to do more planning. Yes? Sorry, Dana, you wanted to say something.
Just something interesting to share. A student from one of, I think, Stanislaus, he did a project on Mumbai and he took a bus ride from Bandra to the city, Kolaba, and he mapped the potholes all the way. So that also could be something to look at, the flyovers,
So
besides
mode of transport.
Mode of transport, you have the Gateway of India, and then you have that beautiful Holy Name Cathedral there with all the rose windows and stained glass window work. You have the other Parsi fire temples. You won't be allowed in, I can tell you that. But you can talk about all this. So not only religion, but also different cultures. How even in a single area they've lived together, right? You can see the kind of buildings, the art and architecture. What is a Boribanda station? What is everything now is called Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj station. Everything is called. But how beautiful is that? And at night when it's lit up, it just looks amazing. Then you have Bombay University done in a different architectural style. Then you have the High Court. You have all these wonderful places. So art, architecture, music, dance, food, yes. But don't take them for outside street food. You know, there may be some children who will fall ill.
Food festival in the school.
You brilliant idea. What are the different foods? And you can ask the parents. The parents are very happy to help when you give them specific tasks. If you don't give them specific tasks, sometimes they become a nuisance. But give them specific tasks and they will be happy to help. We want to bring in the best of everything. Brilliant. What else? I would take them to an art gallery. I think Jangir Art Gallery and some of these art galleries are brilliant. You can take them. Yes. You can take them to a bookshop. How many people today can really go to a bookshop and spend hours there sitting and reading? So there is a third wave in car and crossroad and whatever. So different groups have to be planned that way. And you have so many divisions. So all these activities, can you understand how rich their understanding? How many people even know that there is a brilliant, beautiful Jewish synagogue in South Bombay, just behind the Kalagoda? It's one of the most interesting architectural places I have visited. So that can be done. Then again, you could even organize a nature walk. We have the Borivali National Park. We have RA Milk, RA Colony. Then we have the Dharavi. Even in the midst of this city, we have Dharavi. We have some unique plants there. So yes, Dharavi Nature Park. So all that planning, the mangroves, this is unique to Bombay again, right? And how important the mangroves are for the survival of the city of Bombay. Of course, Godrej took it on as a project. So all this, you can actually make it a 1-year project if you want, but we have to crunch it. So then you'll have to do the choosing, right? So location is that. What is the learning objective? What is the purpose of this?
Applying it in a new way.
Brilliant. All these things that the students learn in school is not disembodied, fragmented learning, which has no relevance. The history teacher, geography teacher, science teacher, maths teacher, all these are getting together and they are creating this. So application-based learning is what will be the outcome of it. And appreciation for the city of Mumbai.
Differentiation.
Sorry?
Differentiation.
Yes, and how it is different and yet there is unity in diversity. There is nothing like a monoculture. Then, okay. Then, of course, even the place as a financial capital, the share market building, what happens there? Even I don't know what happens there. Yeah, stock market. Yeah, I don't know what happens there, and I'd love to know, and I'd love to experience it sometime. So it would be a very rich experience for your students and a very real experience. And it's not just fun and games. It's not only activity, but it is actual self-learning. And then imagine when all these groups come together and they do it as an exhibition, as a song, as a dance, the whole cultural day celebrating Mumbai, where each group brings their learning there. So our assessment has to be very different. What are the learning outcomes, teachers?
Comparing the past and the present.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that could be, but something else. What is the outcome for the students?
That learning historical.
Sorry?
Historical.
Yes, but in short, it is learning by doing. Correct? And the third pillar of UNESCO, learning to live together. Right? Even the first pillar, what is the first pillar of learning? UNESCO's? Learning to, we did learning to do, learning to live together, even learning to develop your skills. And all this will be research skills, interview skills. So the English teacher or the language teachers will prepare them for the interviews. They will go to some place like San Kolivada, talk to those people there in Marathi, interview them. This is real rich experience. This is learning. Okay. Anything else, teachers? Learning outcomes? Anything else that you've thought of as learning outcomes?
They will study the impact of cultural diversity on the lifestyle of the Mumbai.
Yes, we have a unique, and every city has a unique lifestyle and a unique character. Just as we human beings have characters and our identities, every village has its own identity. But when we think of villages, we only think of all the gowns coming together. No, this is just our thinking, our stereotype. Right? So then could you do a TLP learning plan with relate? What did you put in relate, teachers? Yes. Okay, you put in a Marathi song in relate. Lovely. What else? Yes. What did the others put in?
What Mumbai was looking first, we have done what Mumbai is looking now.
Okay, very good.
We thought of a model there was a bullock cart before and it has been
And tram on
Now
the road.
tram.
Yes, we don't see trams anymore, right? Okay.
Metro and
Yeah, and all our wonderful bridges which take us from here to there, our expressways and flyovers and Atal Setu and all, right? What else? Other groups? What did you put in relate?
We were exploring, how do you go from one place to other? So because taking transportation as a theme, then which are the places you all have visited, and then plan a field trip.
Very nice. Very nice. See, what is unique about Technoverse is that it is so flexible that there is never one right way of doing it. Never one right way of doing it. Okay, next. Next. No, 1 minute. One other group, tell me, relate. Everyone has not spoken. What did your group do as relate? Yeah. Okay, that's all right. That's all. You can think about it later. Okay, let's move to stimulate. What did you do in stimulate?
storytelling.
Yeah, storytelling is one way you could get somebody to come and an elder to come to class. You know, many of these people in old people's homes are literally ready to give their time to connect with younger people. And old people and little children connect beautifully. It's only we adults who mess it up. So you can get an elder into the class who can talk about it and, relate the experience of having lived in a different kind of Bombay. Very good. What else?
Thoughts on Mumbai city. Like it is often called a city that never sleeps.
Yes.
But was this the case prior also?
Yes.
So that is why.
And the interesting thing about Mumbai is that it is a city of extremes. There is extreme poverty and extreme affluence. And how we really need to think of ways in which we can bridge that gap. How different educational systems come together here. Right. Okay. What about the next step? Collaborate. Collaborators all the time, all this teamwork. But teachers, tell me one thing. Did you enjoy collaborating and working with others?
Yes.
Did you feel that on my own I could have done like this? So nice. My lesson plan would be the best. I would get the best teachers award. Who wants your best teachers award? I don't want even best teams award. I want to feel fulfilled in myself, and that is my award. Do you agree with me? Or that's very idealistic? Okay. So all that we are doing is collaborate. All that they are then showcasing is act. What did you think of an act, teachers?
when the children are having cultural dances.
Yeah, but don't let everything only come down to song, dance, and samosas.
We can play also.
Yes, all right, all right,
Quiz competition.
right, okay, okay.
Drama.
1 minute, sister is saying something.
Our trip is to the elemental caves and we have been there and we know that it is not in a good shape. So in the act part of it, they will see how they can preserve the rich heritage.
How beautiful. Now you see, this is,
Kumi, that is act.
that is act,
Act is not action. It should be for your benefit.
and all the benefits of society.
Okay, so
You know,
that's it.
next time, if again, when we do it again, we're going to talk about client projects. So the project that I'm thinking of already for your next time, and you can start thinking about it now, and if you are going to come back, is that schools in a certain area have complained to the BMC. I'm creating the situation. Schools in a certain area have complained to the BMC that the children drinking water in school seem to suffer from diarrhea and dysentery. So the water is polluted. The BMC says, we have done our best, you think of ways. So your school decides to take it up as a project. Again, your art, science, everything can come into all of this. Your languages, everything can come into this, and how you actually solve it for money. They pay you, and that money goes for the betterment of your school library or laboratory, or to help some students who can't afford the fees. Now, what does this do to you? This also creates a sense of entrepreneurship. It teaches you entrepreneurship, and it makes a child say, oh my God, even I can earn. And earn not only for myself, maybe then you'll have a party, you'll spend a little time and little money on that party, and the rest of it will go for making, for getting better laboratory equipment, getting more books for the library, or helping students who can't pay fees, or whatever you can think of. That is act. Activity is not act, as Donna ma'am rightly said. When you do this kind of thing, and you don't have to always be paid for it, but very often people are willing to pay for it. And when you get paid, you know you have contributed to your school, which is, I think, a good feeling, isn't it? You can make them think about the workers in the school, your toilet cleaners, your gardeners, and say that we are going to give money to them to educate the kids. We are going to pay their fees from it. Imagine. All right? There's no end to it, teachers. There's no end to it. Any other things in ACT that you thought of?
Beach cleaning activity. Beach cleaning.
Beach cleaning, yeah, that's already happening. Yeah, but you can do that, sure.
During the festival celebration, that time bringing awareness to the public for the immersion of the idol.
Very good, very good. And that's already happening, but this can be integrated into the project. Because yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. All of this, there is no end to it. There is no end to it. All right. And the last step, unify. Unify, most important step. What about unify? What have you done in unify? You didn't come, you didn't go that far. Yes, all right, all right. And like the different states of India, like the variety that you find in nature, different kinds of flowers, different kinds of fruits. Similarly, all of us can very comfortably stay together. Your 4 pillars of learning: learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. All UNESCO's 4 pillars are covered. Right? You get that? So does this kind of teaching excite you? Hmm? And now I leave it to you to convince your principals. Okay. All right, very quickly, just 5 minutes. Last, I'll tell you how I did this lesson plan. So I called it Experiential Learning Project through Technopoesis. exploring the heritage and culture of Mumbai. I did it for grades 6 and 7 and duration 4 weeks, but I've written flexible. Don't worry, I'll give you everything you want. Don't take pictures. I'm giving away everything. Subject integration, immediately I could think of social studies, languages, the arts, all the arts. I actually could also include sports here. Sports, okay, can you just add sports here? Sports, history, civics, sciences, and add sciences also. All right. Then classroom, local community, historical and cultural sites, location, objective to delve into Mumbai's heritage, traditions, and cultural practices to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of the city. There are many people who say, "Oh, I went to Germany and things are so great there." Of course, they're great there. There are 2.5 people there. Literally, they don't have the crowds, so then they can afford to keep it clean, and it's also expensive. You travel from one place to other, it's €2, which is a minimum fare, which would come to about 225 rupees in Indian currency. I mean, we are managing things pretty well. I'm not talking about jingoism or nationalism, but I think we are managing things pretty well. Learning outcome. By the end of the project, the students will understand and appreciate local heritage and cultural diversity of Mumbai, engage with the community to collect oral. The oral tradition is very important, and we are losing out on that. All right. So, oral histories and traditions, develop research, collaboration, and presentation skills, cultivate a sense of civic responsibility and pride in their cultural roots. I hate it when I go abroad and people say, "Oh, Indians are saying," or "all you Indians are so dirty." I actually had one Indian professor who said, "Oh, you come from that place where," Indian professor, born in Bombay, saying, "Oh, you Indians have now become Asian pigs." I said, "But then you are a born pig." Very sweetly, I said that. I mean, come on. So next, so during the relate stage, there'll be discussions. There'll be a lot of brainstorming. Then at the stimulate stage, you can invite a guest speaker. You divide the children into different research groups. Then I'm doing my week 2, learning by doing continue. With field visits, community interaction, and a lot of data collection. Next, creative documentation. And the last are put together, collaborate, act, and unify, where the analysis and synthesis come together. You bring it all together with classroom sharing, creative expressions, reflective journals, exhibition, and a total expansion of awareness. I told you that last stage also. Your evaluation criteria. Your evaluation criteria will be the engagement level of each child, because you have to mark them, right? Quality of documentation. Have they done it in a very slipshod way? Have they only asked the machine to do it for them? Or are they involved in the documentation? How accurate is it? Then depth of research, presentation skills, and collaborative effort. And now when you're evaluating, you will give them marks on participation and engagement, project work. Next, reflective journal, peer and, no, I don't want planning for the project. That we can do it next time. Peer and community feedback. What did the community feel about it? What did the elders feel when they came and did their storytelling? How did it contribute to the understanding of the students, the learners? So extended. Now, if this becomes something which you've done so brilliantly, you can share it with all the schools. One school, you don't have to say, "This is my school, best school award, best teacher award, best school award." Forget all that. So share it with other schools. Tell them, give us your projects. We share our projects with you. Or our teachers will come and help you with your projects. Let your teachers come and help us with our projects. You can do it online. That conversation can happen online. If it's offline, it's a problem, because you have your timetable and you have the time when you are in school and all. But all this project sharing can be done in the form of blogs. right? The heritage blog, you can call it. Then collaboration with local authorities. You can actually go and tell the BMC, these are some of the solutions that our students have created, to the problems in the city. Heritage club, no end. And then we'll teach you next time how to do the planning for this project. Does it make sense? If you were a young child in class, would you enjoy this kind of learning more than learning in silos? Okay, so let's disperse for a quick cup of tea.
First,
Okay,
what time should they come back?
come back as quickly as you can now. It's tea and poha. Come, let's go. Hey, Andy, come. The last person who leaves the room, please make sure the door is shut. See who's here.
Oh.
That changes. Keep it consistent. Now he's with an important department.
I know, examination department.
एकदम काम चालते संतोष माझ्या 30 villages मध्ये काम चालते आणि सगळं कॉल स्कूल्स तर बॉम्बेची स्कूल्स मध्ये पण सगळं जेसुइट स्कूल्स एसएससी आयसीएससी आयबी सगळं चालतं एकदम जोरदार आणि पैसे नाही घेते ना पैशाचे
आपल्याला मनाला समाधान वाटत
आणि आता इंटरनॅशनल पण गेला सिंगापूर ऑस्ट्रेलिया लक्झमबर्ग स्वीडन कॅनडा सगळं आमच्या सगळं टीचिंग टेक्निक्स हे सगळं करतो तर लई सॅटिस्फॅक्शन आहे
सॅटिस्फॅक्शन झालं पाहिजे
तेच नाहीतर काय आता काय किती आता पेन्शनचं आहे की आमच्याकडे बस आहे
हो
बस त्यांच्याकडे ते कॅपी आहे
लावलेला
थँक्यू
मला परत लागेल
भारत लागेल नाही त्यांच्याकडे थँक्यू आणि मनोज ते आमच्यासाठी जे केटर आहेत आम्ही कुठे पण जाते ते साथ आणि खाली 300 किती माझ्या पण मला पण शौक आहे तुम्ही काय करते ते मला आवडते
Just put a message. We are starting in 5 minutes. We can hear you. Oh, very good. Thank you. That's why I'm going by the sounds of that. You know, this voice of working in cybersecurity. Meeting people, you know, cybersecurity after this. When I met the teacher of cybersecurity, very much. Now, to keep you all going, we'll announce lunches at 12:30. So you have, sister, have a goal. 12:30 to 1:30.
12:30 to 1:30. If during that time anyone wants to sit and personally discuss anything with us, we are available. Okay? We can come here talk about anything.
And can you tell us the 4 pillars of UNESCO?
Learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be.
Thank you. That's good.
You can discuss anything except financial matters. Make it clear. Does it look like? Eighteen only have come back. There are 30. Half haven't come back. Where are they? The toilet. See what? This is yesterday's storytelling was good. I like that band. And actually, I'm not. That's my next one. I don't do it. I don't do it. But I thought that you said something last week. And you have something about brother. They come from. They have eggs. Yummy, yummy. You can open it, but there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19 only. 10 are missing. 10 are missing. No?
Some went to the washroom.
Reminds me of my granddaughter. She's 4 years old. And that day she was making all the dolls stand in line. So I said, they're in school, they're going somewhere. Yeah, yeah, they're going to the washroom. I've already handed over my storytelling association to her. Big storyteller, she's at 4. I said, got to that I'm without a job.
Some more, na? 5 more, I think. Nobody's saying anything. Any of your friends missing?
Yeah.
All are here?
You check roll number 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. All ones put them there. Okay, we keep the same groups, okay? Huh? Because now we are doing 2, it's like Pumi ma'am did experiential. I'll be doing MI and VTR together. So we keep the same groups. We'll have to sit in the same groups, okay? So it's not right. Okay, shall they make their groups now?
Yeah, they should please sit in your groups all morning. Then after lunch, you can sit with your friends and family.
Yeah. She's not coming for lunch.
She'll finish it like
Okay, so you have been every workshop we ask you to send in 3 lesson plans, right?
learning plan.
Learning plans. Of course, Sudarshan smiling. Sudarshan feels he's done all the learning plans for his whole life, so he doesn't send
He
any.
did 75.
Yeah, so
More than
More than 70.
he's done more than that after that. Together we did 75. Yeah,
Level at 50 or 60.
So he's done about 200, 300.
so he's excused. But see, the purpose was we teach you experiential learning, then we teach you MI, we teach you VTR. So every time we open, down we have those verticals. We expect you to use what you have learned in your learning plan, which is not happening from the learning plans that I see. Okay, which I receive. You're doing the 5 stages very well, but what we want you to incorporate is not happening. Okay, so like I didn't see VTR in some plans, and so those who I've done the feedback with them, they will know, right? Okay, so today we thought we would do it in action. Okay, how do we incorporate these things, and how do we decide how the lesson plan will flow? Because you think there's so many things to do, and then how do we do it? So I'll just recapitulate. uh, this is, this, right? Most of you are working with this, you all are very familiar with it. These are the 9 intelligences. Okay, but don't change. But there was something I told you that when I did MI, I told you something that we don't tackle the intelligences according to their intelligence, like kinesthetic, this, that. How do we approach intelligences? Because many of these intelligences are overlapping. In many exercises, they're overlapping. So how do we approach intelligences? Anybody remembers? Any one person who remembers? Sister Gloria, don't let me down. What you'll do in schools is you'll take the intelligence and make the activity according to the intelligence, right?
Yes. We have the activity and then we see which are the different ways in which the same activity can be done best.
Yeah, but according to the intelligences, right? You say, okay, can I make it a kinesthetic? That is not what we should do. Last time,
We map the intelligence according to the activity and what are the intelligences that it will fall into. Like,
you do the any activity and then you see what are the intelligences. Okay, that is done, but you're not like really focusing. You might leave out some by doing that, right?
Yes.
You might leave out some intelligences. So Gardner has given us, which I told you last time, next, the entry points framework, where he has 7 windows. Yes, you remember, Vaibhavi? So there are 9 intelligences, but you have 7 windows, and all your 9 intelligences are covered in these windows. If you see the aesthetic window, what is covered? Which intelligence?
musical,
Musical,
nature,
uh,
nature also.
naturalistic, not nature. Nature and naturalistic, don't mix them up. Naturalistic is using of your 5 senses. It's not just nature, going into the garden and playing. Okay, that is not naturalistic. Naturalistic is using of your 5 senses. Okay, so you have the aesthetic. So you see, one window can open up so many, because these intelligences overlap in an activity. So you must use this entry point framework rather than go to the, and then automatically you will include many of the intelligences. Okay, so the aesthetic, the narrative, the verbal linguistics, the logical, mathematical. Even in narrative, you have a lot of logic and math, right? When it's a storytelling, there is a structure to it, there is a climax, there is a this, there is a interaction between characters. All that is logic, right? So that, then you have the logical window, which you are aware of. The quantitative window is to deal with numbers. Logical is patterns, the logic behind it, the this, and the quantitative is numbers, numerical considerations. Okay. Then you have the experiential window, which is doing, which Kumi ma'am just spoke about. Then the social window, which is the interaction, social. Interpersonal also can be in the social window. And the foundational window, which is the existential, also social, also interpersonal, also intrapersonal. Okay, so you see, one window can open you out into many more. So if you use the entry point framework, which Gardner has recommended, you don't stick to silos or into compartments that, okay, kinesthetic, I have to make them jump, this I have to make them do this. Automatically kinesthetic will come into maybe experiential or into social or somewhere else, right? Okay, so these are the entry point. Now, getting right into the, this is just an explanation, I won't go through it. Or go back, or you can just see here the aesthetic window. Look at the highlighted formal and sensory qualities of a subject or work of art. Okay, narrative window, narrational elements of a subject or work of art. Logical window invites deductive reasoning. Quantitative window invites numerical considerations. Foundational window responds to the broader concepts of philosophical issues. Okay. Experiential window is actually doing something with hands or body. So automatically you get kinesthetic also in, right? So this is how the entry point to explanation is, window explanation is done. Now I'm going to give you all an exercise and my topic is light. Okay. How do you have to do it? Next. I want you to create this kind of a chart. Okay. And you have, I've given you these narrative quantity. I'll keep this open, but there are more beyond this. Put the topic light. And I want you to just list an activity, list something that you can do. Okay. List something that you can do in the narrative, quantitative, logical, in relation to light. Okay. Can you do that?
Now we have
In your groups.
In your groups. In your-
Okay.
Get into your groups. Face your groups.
You know, light may be a science topic, right? But you do need the art teacher, you do need the literature teacher, you do need everyone if you're going to approach the windows. Okay? Yeah, but that's just the format. Do you want me to show this windows? No, go back to the 7. You want the 7 windows?
I think this, yeah, this is important.
No, this is important. Okay, you got the format, no? The window, the topic. Sorry, the. Just show the form. Did you copy this format? No, next that blue format. I want you to create this on your sheet of paper and then start filling it in. One per group. So only 6. Entry point, topic, and technopoesis. Bus. Okay, just put that. Then and fill in this column for me. Fill in this column according to the window. Okay. Now go back to that explanation. Now this will help you decide on what to put into the thing.
Are you clear, teachers? Are you clear about what is wanted?
Yes, no? Just the second column I want you to fill in.
Don't worry about techno courses. There's no time to do a full-fledged one. Only the second window. That if how are you going to bring in the aesthetic? How are you in this topic of light? How are you going to bring in foundational? How are you going to bring in naturalist? That way. Okay? Logical. Sit and discuss first.
2 minutes more enough.
Let's see. This one I sent.
We're done. We're done. There are 5 groups, right? So just go to that thing. Can we go to that, Nehali, to
You
that?
need 5 more minutes. Yes.
No, you can do it later. Okay. Next, yeah. So, can each of the groups tell me what they did in narrative for light? Why fire?
Invention of the electric bulb.
Bulb, okay, story, right? Success story of Thomas Edison. Anybody else?
Primary level, we said make the room dark.
Very nice.
Ask what they can see. They cannot
Yeah.
see anything on the lights, and ask them what they see, and then what made the difference. And the light makes the difference, and then you go on.
No, but
asking a
is it the narrative, however
like
you
a story, and then go on
then
to
it
the
would be a narrative
narrative,
element.
yes.
Okay, just as it is, it's a very nice thing for relate, but it is not the narrative element unless it is something they express or they say it in words. Okay, then quantitative.
shadows. Morning, evening, noon. An area covered with the torch or candle.
Okay, measuring the shadow. Measuring shadows, very nice. How does the light travel?
Area covered by a candle, a torch, a tube light.
How
Then
meaning?
stadiums.
You need numeric, quantitative.
Yes, yes.
Quantitative can also be said with the formation of umbra and penumbra of the shadows shown on the.
Measuring them, right?
When
Measuring.
closer-
Say that because see, there is a why to it, there is a how to it, and there is also the quantity element, right?
How many units can be used?
Yes. Huh? Okay. You can do that, right? So you were saying something. Same thing. Yeah. So when you do an active thing like penumbra and all, what are the elements? What are the intelligences involved? Kinesthetic, quantitative,
Quantitative is also.
yeah, logical, mathematical.
Because looking at them, they come to a
Huh.
conclusion that as you go far away from the screen, the umbra
Huh.
perishes and the penumbra increases in the size.
Yeah. So what is that? What is that intelligence where you see the
That's why the shadow is not.
spatial, no spatial elements. So you see how I'm just pointing out how three intelligences are included in a thing like quantitative. Where we think quantitative is only math, right? So many intelligences are involved. Logical,
Sensory also, aesthetic,
aesthetic also, penumbra, umbra, yeah. This logical,
conducting experiment on of reflection.
yeah.
These lightning is seen first before the thundering is seen.
Okay, before thunder, not thundering, thunder. so, so that logic, the correlation.
Can we here somewhere include the speed of the light?
Speed of the light would be in quantitative, right? And this, what did you say? What did you say just now? Thunder light. That is logical. Okay. Even when at least I always ask this question, when an aircraft is parked at the apron area, then you ask them what time of day from the shadow, which way the shadow moves. That is also logical deductive reasoning.
Here, if in a logical, how do fireflies or the anglerfish emit light? Can that
Yes,
come in
yes,
logical?
yes.
Also,
Yeah.
perhaps, they could just, to make it even more real, photograph the surroundings of your house at 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the evening. And the play of light differs. And then you can even bring in impressionist paintings, which completely depend on light.
Hmm.
Then the same scene at different times of the day.
Sunrise and sunset.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So then,
So foundational,
And just
but
Importance of light.
arrangement of lights during festival, during wedding.
very good.
Importance of light for the growth of the plant.
yes,
Okay.
very nice.
Yeah. That is foundational. That is foundational. Foundational. Okay.
Yolanda,
I just wanted to find out, can we have a debate on for logic?
Yes, you can have a debate where it is logical, but you are engaging the narrative intelligence, verbal linguistic.
Because we have written, was it mention of light bulb beneficial or harmful?
Yes, you can have in logical.
very nice.
See, a narrative extends its intelligence to logic.
Okay, because we have written
It's like I said, any story has got logic in it, right? That so that way, foundational or existential, very nice. This plant thing, and somebody said rituals. Yes, use of light in festivals. Then anybody else?
religious philosophy. The light has a very special place.
Yeah, that's what he was implying. Yeah, same group. What?
Rural electrification versus urban
Okay,
electrification.
yes.
Different meanings of light, like lightweight doesn't mean light.
Very nice.
And in enlightened, where is the light?
Light. Okay, so very nice. And you see, she engaged the verbal linguistic as well as the logic as well as the foundation. Very nice, really nice.
Can we,
Okay.
this question, how will you make your light shine? Your light will be your talent, your goodness, your kindness, can it come in existential? I just have a question.
Yeah, yeah,
It can-
yeah, yeah. Come in existential. More are there? Next. Experiential.
A periscope. We can encourage students to make a periscope.
Yeah.
To understand how
Light is
that's
this.
a mechanism. Shadow game. Shadow game.
Shadow game, shadow play, shadow puppets. Right? What else? This Sudarshan, that clock, sun dial, the light shadow, how it falls. Experiential, I mean, there are n number of ways you all can this. Then interpersonal or social. Interpersonal or social. Yeah, but there were 7 windows. There were 7 windows. I kept the windows. I just gave you for the format. Think those. But didn't I told you this is for the format, and then I gave you the windows. So the windows were all there. You all didn't wonder why those other windows were there. And then we blame the children. Interpersonal or social with light.
Superstitions. In darkness, what happens?
Yes, yes.
Also, like in all traditional stories, fairy tales, media, darkness is associated with evil and fairness with light and beauty and goodness. I mean,
Yeah.
why? Where did it come from?
You know, I once heard this line which has stuck in my head. I heard it on the radio, and one stand up, I think Veerdas only, he said that if black is the absence of color,
Yes, that's a very famous.
if black is the absence of color, then why am I called colored? Colored. So things like this can be used in the foundational. Okay. So interpersonal.
I think
and
rainbow
social.
also.
Last one was
And the
interpersonal.
concept of a rainbow also.
Yes.
because the light-
There's so much you can do with light rather than what is given in your syllabus in that book. Right?
Natural and artificial light.
A natural and artificial, even light which you know from the reflects from something else. Doesn't have its own light. It borrows light from another object.
Like the moon.
Yeah. So you know.
And we can make a Newton's disk.
Yes, that is an experiential. Yeah. Yeah, we finished that. Yes, social. Yeah, that is it. Okay. Now I was going to make you all fill in, which you all will do for homework. Each of the activities. each of
Teachers are given homework.
each of the topics that you have listed over there, I want you to put a technopoetic step at the side of it. Okay. Where will you put it in your technopoetic lesson plan? I'll show you what I have done, and you can do yours at home. Okay.
One repetition.
Yeah. By mistake, I changed the story narrative. Many of you said about the story of the invention of the light bulb, measuring brightness of light. Okay, can you tell me where would you put the story of the in the 5 steps that we have? Relate. Okay, measuring brightness of light. Stimulate. Comparing reflective indices of different material. It could be stimulate at the individual level also, right? If it's a group activity, then it would be collaborate. The ways different colored lighting affects the audience reaction to a scene, or the ways light and shadow have an effect on a work of art.
Act or impact.
Stimulate.
Stimulate, but it could be collaborative. Huh? Because you are extending it to the audience reaction. You are extending it to someone else's this. So it will be in your collaborate. Next, finding a method to bend light, examining the dilation of the pupil when light levels change. Collaborate, yes. Work in teams to design a light demonstration, teach others about light. Act. And last one, the use of light in religious ritual, unify. So you see,
In Unify, you can even have plants and how much they need light.
yeah, that's what she
All
said.
living beings.
Yeah, no, here I'm just showing them how you relate the technopoise. So you see, this is our motive to, because you know VTR, you know this, but you don't know how to bring it together in a technopoetic learning plan, right? Okay. So now, without much ado, we go into VTR. Now, actually, my motive for doing VTR, I know some of you are doing it. It's available on the net. I gave you all last time, and I don't give you all homework. I don't ask for your submission. But last time I had given you the link to VTRs. How many of you went on the link? You went. Very good. Anybody else? Visible thinking. I just now put it in the group because you all will be using it today.
What Miss Mahera Goyal did last time, she gave you handouts.
She
Last
gave you
time-
handouts. She picked out a few and
30th
gave you
30th
handouts.
August, please.
Yeah.
30th August.
She gave you handouts, and she chose a few VTRs. There are 21, na, Kumi?
21.
21 of them, but she chose a few and this. So I gave you all the website so that you all could use it, right?
Project Harvard.
The Project Zero, Harvard, this, okay? So, no, yeah, so the next exercise, no, next. This is just okay. I took one of those. You remember just now we filled in the second column, and this one was in the collaborate stage, the ways different colored lighting affects the audience reaction to a scene, or the ways light and shadow and work or use any two VTs based this topic to the learners. In which MI was it? That was the technopoiesis. Which window?
It is aesthetic.
Aesthetic.
And also, if it is a effect on the audience, and it will be interpersonal.
Yes, in the social window. Social window. So this I have given you, I've chosen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 VTRs. Out of 21, I've chosen 5. That is your topic. Up or down, any one you can do, the one in red or the one in blue. And I want you to choose two. This time you have to write out an activity using 2 VTRs to demonstrate that particular topic. Any 2 of these. Okay. Now, do you know any of these?
Yes.
You done? Which ones do you know? I know most of you use See, Think, Wonder. Easiest to use, right?
What makes you think?
No, this is See, Think, Me, We. See, Think, Me, We. That is step inside, perceive. So for that reason, website. I'm going to take you to the website and show you how to use the website. Okay. So you go to the tools. Okay. This is the website. I've given you the link. If you open it on your phone, you will see. Okay.
Open it on your phone just now. Open it.
Yeah. You will get the categories. Okay. Now, there are so many categories here, and each has got VTR. So they become, if you add them up, they go beyond 21. Why is that? Because some can go into core and into deeper.
They're repeated.
They're repeated. Okay. Some go into both, but I have chosen one in one of different ones, so that you can experience it. Okay. Now once you go down, okay. Now here you will get on the same page. Even if you click also, you'll get it. But on the same page, you'll get the core thinking here, right? So now what have I written in core thinking? In one of them, I've in core thinking, I've chosen one side. What makes you say that? Now, if you don't know, I want you to do it on your phone, look at it, and understand. Now, click on what makes you say that. When you click on what makes you say that, you go here. Can you see? Okay. And click on that, and you will get a whole PDF on what makes you say that. Okay. Right?
So each group just choose to
Go back to that home
go
page.
to the internet on your phones, find out and see how it applies to the any one of the two topics that
The
ma'am is
home
doing.
page. Back. Back.
Back,
Main
back.
page. Okay. Now, if you go down. See, there's core thinking, deeper into ideas. Then introducing and exploring. Down, investigating. Down, perspective taking. Then you have considering controversies, dilemmas, generating possibilities and analogies, and synthesizing and exploring answers. Okay.
So from each one of these boxes, the different
Now
colored
you go back
boxes,
to that
Donna
color,
ma'am
my
has
slide.
chosen one.
Not from each, because there are too many. I've just chosen 6, but I've given you the core thinking, introducing, so you can read it. Now, for any, first choose your topic. Which one do you want to do?
I think you should even type out the link over here.
I've given them the link.
No, here on this, when they can visually see it.
Yeah,
Can
but
you
they
put it
can
down?
click on the. They have to do it on
I
their
know,
phone.
but can you also put it down here?
Copy the link.
Just copy the link. Copy it. She's
No,
given
no.
the link. On the group, she's
No,
given
this is not the link. It's the toolbox. I think it's a toolbox, no? This is the link. Okay.
It's not this. You have to go back.
No, this is just an exercise for you to learn also how to use the site. I know you'll know BTRs and you know, but you'll have this block. I know you'll have this block to attempt to go to the screen, and now that I've showed you, maybe y'all will.
Become self-learners.
Yeah. Yeah. Put it in this one, last slide. Put in between that. No, just put it down and copy paste it. Put it down here.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah,
That
just in
I've
case
given
you're-
it to you on GCED Consortium. Click on it and start use. Yeah, like how Alicia's doing.
Are you okay? Are you okay with it? So now just work in your groups. Sister, where's your group?
Yeah.
No, because I saw an empty chair there.
We are 4
First choose your topic and then choose the VTR.
Yes.
And then those finally there was
Excuse me. Hello. They can't see this. Not that screen, the my video screen. Just put that screen. Keep it on like that. No, not the screen. Keep my PPT on so that they can see it. No, no. Keep my PPT on this so that they can see it. Look at they, so they can see it. No, no. What they are, they're just yeah, they're just no. I can join also, no?
You have till 12:15 and then we take responses because we have to keep time. Lunch.
Unless you want to skip lunch.
We have very nice lunch today.
Or if you want to carry on the conversation, we can make the lunch break 45 minutes instead of 1. You can continue. 45 minutes is good, teacher.
Ready, ready? Ready? Who's one group number one ready? Sharon. Okay, group number two. Two. Ready? Three, group number three. Three, ready? Group number three. Okay. So which one did you choose? The way light. Okay, okay. And which VTR did you use?
Digging deep enough, new ideas and synthesizing and organizing ideas.
What can be? And I used to think and
Yeah, I
three. Okay, okay. So tell me how you did it.
No, I mean, everyone has to finish. Excuse me, could we start? Yeah? Fine. Start. Teachers,
You know, it looks like the what I see now is like when no, the exam paper says exam is over. Sister Gloria is doing her. Send us the snap, okay? Put it on.
okay?
Okay,
Let's
so
start.
who was it? Yolan?
Yes. So, for code thinking routine, we had
What makes you say that?
the way light and shadows have an effect on the work of art. We took movies.
Hmm?
So for that, we took code thinking routine.
Hmm?
And for what makes you say that, we were just thinking about how shadows are useful in movies, and it creates a mood. It
No,
shows-
but how did you do the activity? I want an actual, not just. You just did it. I want an actual act. This time I said I want an actual activity. What will you take? What will you this?
So basically, we are in a room. We take this
Please, please, please listen,
Hmm?
please listen.
We put off all the
Yeah,
lights.
we put up all the lights, and the children are given torches in their hand.
Hmm.
And we said, ask the children to create a horror scene.
Okay.
So they have moving of the thing. One child moves, so shadows and all, just to create like.
No, but then how do you incorporate what makes you say that? Did you read the VTR?
Yes.
Okay, can we share that?
Yeah, okay.
Go to your GCED and you will see one small video clipping.
Okay.
That's about a rabbit.
Okay.
And then with the help of the hand, how to do a rabbit, moving rabbit is done. So what we will do is, we will let the children know the story of a rabbit and the tortoise. No? So we'll tell them now, each of you make one tortoise that can move, so that we will build it up in the story. So C is over. Now they have to think
Yeah.
how to make that tortoise. Because there is one example already given of a running rabbit. If you see in your I posted it.
Okay.
So then they think, and each one will now do that me part of it. Will try to create one Yeah.
daughters.
Yes.
Then we will gather together and see which is the best one. And we will add a combination and commutation we will do. And we will make the best one out of it.
Wonderful.
So see, think,
Me, we.
me.
Very good.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
And did you use two?
Yes.
Which
Next
is,
is we use the second one, no? The ways, light and shadow.
but I know, I
It was
said
for the first one, introducing and exploring ideas, see, think, maybe. The second
I
one-
wanted one topic with two ways.
So we did one topic with this, one topic with this.
That's okay. That's all right.
But it was actually one topic just to see your ingenuity, how you can utilize it. Okay, so
See, what makes you say that in easy? So we said we will take a little new one.
okay, so which one? How did it?
Deeper into ideas.
Huh?
Please let's listen. Please let's. Please,
Huh?
teachers, let's listen.
Hmm?
The ways different.
We are
colored-
learning from each other, please.
The ways different colored lighting affects the audience reaction to a scene.
Hmm.
Can you explain?
So we were thinking about, introducing colors and the different scenes. So tell them to enact a scene like which colors will be used. Like sad scene is there displayed, and then which
Linking the
colours-
emotion with the
emotions,
color.
yeah, with the
That's
colours.
what scenes
Then
normally
after
do.
that, a happy scene, that is a wedding scene. Which other colors will be associated with that? Yeah. Then we have also our
No, so how do you do? You are doing what can be, right?
What can?
So you have to ask them what can be the emotion linked to this scene, or what can be the color related to this emotion.
Because when we read a little bit of it, they said that you can go deeper into it.
Huh.
So why do you feel like that? Because there's a way.
Yes,
that
the
connects with
emotion.
emotions.
Yeah, so that's what advertising does. Why do you see Nescafe orange?
Yeah.
It's a typical orange color because of that bright sunny wake up and all that. So all these things has a play in it. So the emotion you can do with what can be. Okay, very nice, sister. A very nice sister group. Now
So for us, we have taken the second, the ways light and shadow have an effect on a work of art. And for that, we also chose introducing and exploring ideas, see, think, maybe.
okay, so how did you
So
do?
see is show them a hand shadow.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
In think, what are your thoughts? What will happen if you take your hand closer to the light source or away from the light source?
Yeah.
Size.
Yeah.
And what is this? Then they want to explore the scientific principle behind hand
Yes,
shadows.
me.
Me, how does the use of light and shadow make you feel? So
Yes,
you
correct.
feel
Yeah.
these emotions. And for we here, there are two here we have come to a conclusion. Is it right to believe in superstitions connected to eclipse? The Amavasya, the Purnima, that
Yeah,
also
yeah.
was spoken. And the second is, what is the environmental impact on shadows? The smog deflects shadows. So
Okay, very, very nice.
nature.
Don't you agree?
Really good. Really good.
So you did second one?
Second one.
Second one is, so what makes you say that? Same again, we had three topic, that is purpose, application and launch. In purpose, again, we thought about doing a shadow puppet where through shadow we can show with the hand movements that the children will get to see that reflection of light and they will understand the story. And in application, we have observed in our classroom where when we make the classroom light off and we start a Gayatri mantra, where the children they close their eyes and the moment everything is being like everything is stopped and that calmness, they have observed that thing and through that
Yes. When
that
the light
organs
is
are
in
like
there-
quite active. We have observed that.
See, I am extremely respectful of all religions. So when we just say Gayatri Mantra, of course, the Gayatri Mantra is the most powerful mantra, scientifically proved. But can we keep this kind of thing out? Can we have the kind of just secular music or something?
Yes.
Or we have Gayatri Mantra along with some other prayers, other religion prayers. Because in the classroom, we should not make them think in monocultural terms.
that one culture or one religion has the prerogative to give you this kind of peace and others don't. We don't want that kind of message. I completely agree with what you're saying about the Gayatri Mantra. I have no problem with it. But I would rather that you also bring in something else and some other chanting, and maybe Om Tara Tu Tare of Buddhism. You bring in a psalm, the Lord is my shepherd, or anything like that. I just see that all these kind of things create the same thing. So then you are giving them a very, very cosmopolitan outlook rather than a monocultural outlook. That's my only submission, humble submission to this.
Her point is that when there is no light,
Exactly.
they're
So
able
exactly.
Very nice.
Exactly what I'm saying. When there is no light and you're responding just to the sound,
to the sound.
that creates that inner peace in you. So exactly, but it's not only the Gayatri Mantra.
Because that
It's not only the Gayatri Mantra. Now, suppose you do Om Tara Tu Tare, as I said. Om Tara Tu Tare of Buddhism is so beautiful. It creates the same effect. So you can even create an amalgam. Not to make it too long, you can take the Gayatri Mantra, a few seconds of, 30 seconds of Om Tara Tu Tare. What did all of this do to you? We have to make them really respect diversity. Because one of the biggest dangers that we are facing today is fundamentalism. In any form, anywhere in the world. It's not just India. Anywhere in the world.
We can practice peace prayer.
Sorry?
Peace prayer.
Peace prayer.
Of course, of course, of course. I mean, this was a whole experiment done by the Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh. He's been a brilliant meditation. He's responsible for mindfulness, which has come to us and become so fashionable. Now, he worked in Plum Village in France, only with children, doing exactly this. Exactly this, So we need to bring those other perspectives in and bring them, get them to really experience other cultures and other religions as well. That's the only point I'm making.
Who's next? Yeah.
so there's a we can
Come
show
here,
short-
na Sharon, come here, because they can't, sorry Jennifer, because they can't hear.
Yes.
So we have taken What Makes You Say That. You must have seen this movie Finding Nemo. So there's a scene where Dory and Marilyn encounter anglerfish. So there are different color effect. So we can ask them what emotions, what comes up, like anger, scary, horror, what else. And then they share, what do you notice about the lighting in this scene? What makes you to say that? How does this lighting make you feel? How you see this kind of lighting in somewhere else in real life scenario? What would happen if this scene is in warm yellow light? And then they come up with different answers, and then we start building up with the different perspective with their thinking. And second is, I used to think, but now I think. What do you think? How lighting affect our mood? With this we start. Then students say that I used to think light only for visibility. This is our assumption. It may be something else also. Blue light, dim light only used during the night time, bulb light. And then we can ask them, we will give an activity for them. Go to home, take your photo, use a filter. Nowadays, children are very good in using filter. So they come up with different filter. They send it to the teacher, and then teacher shows them in the class in smartboard. Then I ask, why did the yellow, green, blue, why did he use this? And they come out, like why the particular child has selected that, and then different emotions. Now I think the perspective changes from yesterday's response to today's response.
Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Thank you. Next, who's there?
See how much we are learning from each other. All these ideas can't come to one person alone.
Anybody else left? Alicia. Come here, come here.
We have used the second topic, the way light and shadow have an
Now,
effect
don't take
on a work
photographs.
of art.
We'll take photographs later.
Work of art.
Okay.
In this, we will be conducting an activity wherein a setup will be there in the classroom in which an object will be placed under the light in such a way that there is a shadow of the light. One side of the object is under the light, and we have a shadow of that object falling on the ground or the base. Then here the VTR we will be using is see, think, me, and we. For the C part, the students will be instructed to make as many observation as possible and make a note of it with them. Now for think, we will be having a live chart in the class. That is, the teacher will stick an empty chart on the board, nothing, absolutely nothing on the chart. And here the teacher will give the students a wait time to think as many possible thoughts that they are having on that particular object. Then teacher will invite students, one student, one representative, to save time, to come outside and with a marker just stand there, and as the students shoot their thought processes or their observation, make a note of it, so they have everything there with them on the board. Then me, teacher will instruct the students to see how the different thought processes of different individual uh, they can connect with, who they can connect with, who they cannot connect with. Here I can also use the VTR. What makes you say that? When I say what with whom do you connect, and why, what makes you say that? So here we can use two VTRs together. Then for the last, that is we, how this entire concept of the light and the shadow can is applicable into the bigger world. That is how things played up. Here we can give them basic examples, and my school is a girls school, so everybody know about makeup and all. So these days light plays a lot of role when it comes to makeup. Daytime we have different routine, nighttime we have different routine, so that is how light affects. So that is what we
Very,
did.
very nice.
Thank you so much.
Anybody left? Lonavla.
Our resource person is here.
We'll just, whom you take her to lunch?
Yeah, I do. That's fine.
The first VTR will be using for the
Second
second
one.
exam.
The ways light and shadow have an effect on
The ways,
work of art.
yeah, and the first VTR will be using the core thinking routine skill, in which we will have the
Steel life we have taken.
what
Like-
makes you say that, and on that we are giving the topic of art. On that we are giving the topic of art. That's a art class, and a art teacher has displayed the objects in the pattern of still life, like one vase been
yes.
kept, one basket is been kept over there, different color fruits are been kept, and those fruits are been and they are asked to observe this picture, and they are asked to observe and then note the observations. When they have been noting the observation, the first question they are asked, what do you notice about the use of light and shadow in this artwork, and what makes you say that? So when they observed it, children came out saying that one part, which was it was a fruit, mango or orange, we can say, all over with the same color, but the shade looked like somewhere dark, somewhere light. So it is because of the focus light which is falling on one side and the dark shadow on the other side. So they were being able to interpret that the light source is on one side and the shadow is on the left side and shadow on the right side.
And they were also able to identify the contrast, the color, no? Why this is dark, why that is light, little darker, lighter, like that.
And the
So that is
vase was been designed, means the coloring of the vase and the texture was been deeply observed, that it was been shaded in such a condition that it tells you the depth of the vase from the upper side. So they describe that shading of the vase also, that it is deep inside, something inside the vase, and it is dark inside. So they were able to interpret it.
So students' critical thinking and visual literacy was encouraged over there.
Very nice. Very
That
nice. You
is-
see, teachers, that that the complete focus has shifted from teaching to learning. And I think even we teachers are having a lot of fun doing this, aren't we? Isn't it becoming exciting more than your routine?
So one word can get cancelled off from our list, which is, what sentence will you cancel out? I'm feeling burnt out. You can't. You can't. When you're constantly innovating, bringing in new things, you can't ever feel burnt out. And as I said in the morning, just have the curiosity of a child to explore, explore new avenues. It's okay if you haven't succeeded 100%. Maybe next time you will when you apply.
Then second one we have taken is introducing and exploring ideas. See, now child can see everyone's what they see, it cannot be same. Everyone has a different visual to think and to see. Now suppose is the color of a apple, to color the apple. Some may color it dark, some may color it light. So it depends on how they see and how they
Their
visualize the texture of the color, the shades. So that. Then think is deep shadow to create a sense of mystery or drama.
So when the basket of the fruit is been shaded out, the gaps among the fruit is been kept little darker side, which is not completely visible. There must be something which is lightly shaded, might be any other fruit will be there, which is not visible for the child from the angle where he is sitting. So each child in the class is sitting at different location. So they will have their own perspective in shading out the fruits kept in the basket. So it will give the thing that that one fruit is not particularly visible. The child may shade it little. It's a mystery like. That's
And what
something.
happens if a child shades an apple purple? No, I'm just asking. No, I'm just asking. What happens then?
It may be his own
So I think
Yeah, it may
that
be
his own
expressive.
thing.
own expression.
It may be expressive, so we don't have to shoot it down and call it wrong or anything.
You can ask him what
Ask
makes
the child,
why
what
did
makes you purple apple mean to you? You know?
what makes you say that.
Because
Yeah,
first
what
we were
makes you
getting
say
red apple, now we are green apples also.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
first when we were there only red, but now we can
Nowadays
see
we
green
get
apples.
green apples.
Absolutely. So I mean, what is important is that we remain, let our identity boundaries remain very fluid as teachers, because even we are exploring with them. We want to learn from them as much as they want to learn from us. So just let that atmosphere prevail in the classroom. Okay,
Very
I
good.
think
Now,
we have to stop because
just to wrap up, I just want to ask, why did everyone leave out step in step?
that BTR seems a little challenging.
Because I put it specifically because light has a lot to do with emotion, depression, whether you're feeling happy, sad. So that's why I particularly put it, but nobody wanted to use it. Maybe you can go
I
home
think
and
the
try
time
it.
is too short here. That's all right.
Okay, so just to wrap up, okay, we started with the windows, right? Then you saw how the windows can be, first you take your learning plan, get all your stuff through the windows, then put them in the right slots of technopoiesis, then see if any of the activities lends to VTR. Okay, and VTR enhances that activity.
And
So
just to add to what Dana is saying, in the morning, I did with you techno courses and I did experiential learning. These are not separate silos. Now you'll see how design thinking can also be brought in. So, what we're trying to do is that we are trying to lay out a buffet table. And from that, depending on the nature of your topic, of your unit of inquiry, you pick and choose what you want. So everything won't be used in one learning class. Okay? So with that, we break for pav bhaji, for paneer pulao, for cutlet, and for sweet. Enjoy. And we start on the dot at 1. Thank you, teachers. You're wonderful.
I just want to check that.
You can safely leave your phones and everything here.
Hi,
Unless you wish to carry.
I would like to
anything.
connect my phone, my laptop, I mean. Do you have an HDMI cable or something, or how do you?
Because I will call the person because this is not my student, ma'am. Let me call the person.
Please go down and explore.
Yes, we can.
Hello, Jerry.
Sorry, सर थोड़ा सा हेल्प चाहिए था वो बाहर से जो मैम आई है उनको लैपटॉप कनेक्ट करना
Yeah, because the physical and online
Hello.
because yeah, now we have 17 students with
Yeah,
us
thank you.
to teacher training and do that. And from that, we generate a very modest income,
You must be tired.
very modest income,
I'm enjoying it.
which covers my GTPS costs.
HDMI.
And GTPS is flying right, Jerry. By God's
It's on
grace
that.
now.
Bas itna hi hai na, I just wanted to check.
One book is
It's working,
translated
and then I
into-
can shut it off, and then you can do
international language. And now we are starting a teacher training program in Iraq. So lots of things, just lots. But I'm launching a very interesting project. Project Scroll Control. Because
Perfect.
psychologists
I'm just going to shut it right now for the moment.
आप
आप कर पाओगे ना? You want to see whether it's, yeah, your tracking हो जाएगा ना, see, because I'm,
Because the persons right now they are just checking that they want to see the PPT because it's not visible from there.
Jonathan Howe is working with brilliant of the anxious generation.
so you want me to share the PPT with you?
Now,
How do you want me to do it? Whatever is convenient, see, because
somehow to get,
अब एक बार HDMI लगाएंगे ये HDMI नहीं है ना
I need to meet him and invite him to you know. in
They
his
will be
work
able to see, no?
itself, we could just have few principles and
Yeah, no, no, no.
to monitor.
दिखता है उनको but वो लोग बोले कि उनको प्रॉपर समझ में नहीं आया
Maybe we can put the camera here, then we can see directly because it's at an
कैमरा
angle.
यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं ना
School. Things that have been school. Knowledge for them moves from being magic to habit to doctrine.
So it's much better.
So they get into a fix, they get into a challenging situation. They don't know how to.
Hi
Now
Anushri
we have
I left and she reached the place.
Certain and Isaac. These two major.
design
We have prepared.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
false.
yeah.
If your character is caught in a case of sexual
यहाँ से
assault,
कुछ नहीं दिख रहा
this is a
था।
very very small in a case of this.
So she had shared with me, but I didn't know what to do ahead because I have. I can look into it in the evening if you want. Now, once I'm back, I can call you, and then if you guide me, I will do the needful.
And at the same time, we are empowering them. Because we're telling them that, you know, there are solutions.
No, I'm
You
not
don't have
received
to
a
go
link.
suicide and you don't have to go suicide.
No. Even Anika's have not
this
received a
kind
link.
of thing I'm told.
Yeah?
Supported by.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, bye.
Anand Mahindra has written how important it is. So that is why I was wondering if, you know, I could get a small kind of, I could get a short video.
मॉर्निंग का दिख रहा है
That's why I was like.
I think उनको ठीक से दिखेगा.
अभी उल्टा
You can
दिख रहा है।
check with them, right? Are they able to
अभी
see?
उल्टा दिख रहा है डिस्प्ले
Has the camera tilted or something?
Last time we
तो
did.
मॉर्निंग में जो स्क्रीन दिख रहा था वो प्रॉपर दिख रहा था कंप्यूटर का ये कर दो मतलब यहाँ का चित्र नहीं पर है जो कनेक्टेड
I will tell you everything.
Otherwise, if you want, you
Next
could
few
place the
days-
camera here.
I think the next few days, my flyer is going to be ready. And you know that Firoza Godrej and I support you. Do you think Firoza Godrej will think
Are you trying to
Firoza
do
might yes, Anand might do? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll try.
No, this QR code is for something else. It will not take them to the PPT.
आप उनका लगा क्या एक मिनट उनका लगा
It's coming proper, no?
Sorry, आप ठीक है चलो ठीक
मुझे वो एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा जाने के लिए
है बस इधर
Okay.
क्या करना है
Okay.
देखो ना स्क्रीन दिख नहीं रहा है आधा ही दिख रहा है
Maybe the camera needs to be adjusted.
I could even go and see her camera.
Adjusted.
Go and see it. Okay. Oh. Understand it. It's a phone or a PC to check it.
करना
थोड़ा टेढ़ा है थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा है
कौन से सही
थोड़ा सा ये साइड कर दो
Nothing. They're out. Huh? They're completely out. No, no, she doesn't even respond. But I should
I
be
think
out.
that should be
Then I stopped.
उनका आवाज यहाँ से जाएगा ना
I stopped connecting. Is Rastogi still there?
for any
Is
other-
Rastogi-
I can give it to you. Because you have to change I to her. That's it.
Good afternoon. Now, if you've eaten too much, that's not a problem, but don't sleep. Okay, promise? And if you feel sleepy, what will you do? If you feel sleepy, what will you do?
Stand up and answer.
No, just say this. My eyes are closing, and then we'll pass on water to you. Okay? All right? Okay, so let's start. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Shweta Chandraporta. She is a teacher in the Dhirubhai Ambani School, and she is the design expert. So though we have some basic idea of design thinking, I think we should learn it from an expert. So with a dynamic career spanning from interior designing to education, Shweta has transitioned from a seasoned interior designer to an interior design educator. I love this, even when I read it the first time. An interior design educator. And now a design and technology teacher. Currently, she serves as an MYP, MYP in IB is Middle Years Program, subject coordinator and MYP educator at Nita Mukesh Ambani Junior School, bringing a unique blend of creativity, problem solving, and pedagogical expertise to her teaching practice. Her professional mission is rooted in advancing exemplary educational methodologies, fostering inclusivity through diverse perspectives, and shaping future-ready learners in design and technology. Renowned for her problem-solving skills and innovative space planning solutions. This is something very interesting and something which also the Reggio Emilia School of Teaching emphasizes. She integrates real-world applications into the learning environment to ensure students develop both creative and critical thinking abilities. Beyond the classroom, she has contributed to education as a consultant for the Design Thinking Lab at the R.P. Goenka International School, Kolkata, a mentor for design and technology teachers, and a supervisor for personal projects, extended essays, and internal assessments. These roles have allowed her to guide students and educators in developing a design mindset and that transforms ideas into impactful solutions. Passion is a catalyst that transforms possibilities into reality, and she strives to instill this belief in her students. Through this workshop, she is aiming to share insights on design education, curriculum integration, and innovative teaching strategies, empowering educators to cultivate creativity and problem-solving skills in their learners. So I'm deeply grateful to you, Shweta, and you have made the time to be with us. So we are delighted to welcome you. And over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank each one of you for coming here, for taking the time. And I think we are all educators, we are all lifelong learners. So it's not that, we are all in a field where we are constantly teaching, constantly learning, and constantly applying that in our schools, with our students in different situations. So big round of applause to all of you here for to do whatever you all are doing in your field. I really feel the teacher's job is the toughest job, is the job which is a thankless job. So, of course, we need to support each other and do whatever we can. Okay, so now if you can just see, I would like to know, and I'm so impressed with the way that you all were talking about in the previous sessions and, just giving it just about what you all have been doing. If you can just scan the QR code, it will take you to a Padlet, which is this one. So when you see this page, yeah, I'll just take you back.
I'll just put the scan back. So when you come to the Padlet, what I would want you to do is, what do you hope to gain from this session? I just want you to just drop in one sentence or one word or whatever you feel. What is that you're thinking that you want to gain from this session? And secondly, if you have finished this, then you can write down in what situations would you find classroom strategies most useful. What is that when we all struggle with? See, because we are all learners, I would say, but there are times when all of us still have those things where we want to know, okay, what can I do differently in my class? How can I do it differently with a particular student or a group of students?
Did you do it with camera?
Yeah. So you can even take a photograph, or you can even go to your control and then you can click onto the QR. Yeah, you can take the camera as well. Okay, if you guys have the access, is anyone needing help here? I'm happy to help. So if you just see that, when you go to control also, आपके phone में आप जब देखेंगे control center, आपको ये scanning code दिखाई देगा. So if you can just do the scan code, अगर आप scan code करेंगे, then you will be able to do the scanning. Yeah. Either you can do from your camera, you can do it from your scanner. जो आपको convenient लगे. I'll give you the time.
I don't have a scanner.
No.
I did scan. Oh, scan.
So when you go to your camera, you will see the scanning option. You can click onto that. Anyone needs that? I think the scanning. Of course. I'll just remove this for a second. Let's just actually. Where do I share this? What email ID do you want? Sorry guys, just give me a minute. Yeah, just a minute. I'll just do it. I'm just sending her the email for the people who are there. Can you just write down? Thank you for your patience, everyone. People who have already scanned can probably answer those two questions.
We can answer the one. What do you because in what situation?
Oh, maybe I don't have the Wi-Fi here. Can you connect me to the Wi-Fi?
In what situation?
Yeah, 1 second, 1 second. Yeah. Sorry guys, technical error, which can always happen in class. You can ask.
Plus question की कीजिए.
So if you see question के नीचे ही there is a plus, either you can add there and आप अपना comment लिख सकते हैं वहाँ पे. There is some error there. This Wi-Fi is a little bit.
It's gone.
Yeah, just a second. She just wants the.
The online people want to scan it. They can't scan that.
Okay.
It's a link. Link is there.
No.
I'll send the link on,
I will do that.
I will send them.
on GCD, I'll send the link.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Have you all come across the Padlet? Have you all started doing?
Yes. Yeah. So I've answered the first question and it's gone. Now I answer the second one.
Yes. Are you able to do that? Everybody scan. I'll just go to the Padlet so that I can see. Do you need help? Can I help you?
You can put the Padlet on this. So
Okay.
that
Yeah.
I've sent
But
it on
I think
GCD,
she's
the
just
link I've
scanning.
sent.
She's just, I think I see a few people scanning. That's why I have not shifted the
In
screen
the
yet.
group, I've sent the link. You can open the link and it will open for you.
Yeah, yeah, please take your time. No issues.
You click on that.
It is not accepting further. It comes immediately, no?
Data.
It had come, but again it went.
Data.
The link has been, that is the link I've sent. You can get connected easily with your answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you see here, what I can see is some people have written the techniques and tools of DT. That is what you are looking to gain from. Great input. Then you're also talking about, I want to take something from the session that will help me engage my students better in the class. Thank you for that input. I hope to understand practical ways of applying design thinking. Thank you. I want to know how to implement design thinking in classrooms, learn something new techniques to make the learning process easy. Designing of a lesson, plan including different strategies. Engage students in different ways. Amazing. Thank you. Knowledge and understanding. Practical ways of implementing design thinking. Thank you everyone for putting these inputs. It's great input and I think that's what we are all looking in for. Get to know what DT is and can figure out application, problem solving, strategies, make concepts clear. Thank you everyone. So if you see in the Padlet, I've added a lot of things. What we will be doing today is all going to be in this Padlet. So this will be a part of your resources. Aap sab logon ko is cheese. You can even reflect on it later on. So whatever we are going to do, sab isme, it will be there. You can refer to it at any point of time. Whatever videos I've added, whatever resources I've added is all going to be a part of here. What I will do is towards the end, I will also add the PPT of the presentation that I'm doing. I will add that. Yeah. I'm going to go back to the
That will be
PPT.
shared as a link with us?
Yeah.
It's there now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
And
the
in
same
case if
link.
there's any
It will be
issue,
the same link.
yeah, if there's any issue, I mean, you can connect with me and I will help you that. Coming back to now that we know that, we are all educators, we are all wonderful teachers in our classrooms, and we want to be better at what we do. So let's go ahead and see a video right now. Surely technical issues today. Just give me a second.
Every child has the right to graduate within 5 categories. Every child has the right.
Why is that? You want me to put this one label? One here. See, it's showing the seconds here, it's changing, but it's not playing there. Sorry, guys. PhD message should delete it. Delete. This. Let's see if this works. It's not playing.
It's playing.
But volume?
There is no volume.
How do we watch it without it?
There is no volume. There is no speakers.
Because this CC in captions can
Yeah, can you hold the IT guy because otherwise it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of sound that is required.
You remember her from our first GTPS, Kiran Shetty? She inaugurated our first GTPS. Has anyone heard of Riverside School in Ahmedabad?
Yes.
Has anyone done a course there with her?
I can.
Yeah.
So I'll just take you through what the school is all about. You know, when we talk about a school, we see children starting to talk, starting to work, starting to do all these things. But the moment they come to school, we tell them, don't get up, don't run around, don't sit, do this, do that. So, you know, the life is so different when they start learning things and then we tell them, don't do this, don't do that. So that kind of situation, somehow or the other doesn't play. Somehow or the other, it acts upon the children and they get confused that what are they supposed to do, what are they not supposed to do. And again, thinking differently, how can we adapt those things differently in our classrooms? How can we let them move around, talk around, and still do things what we expect them from to do? So because, you know, in traditional classrooms, what used to happen is, I mean, I'm from a traditional school and I am very proud of that traditional school being in that background and coming from there. But I feel that, you know, there was things like wahin pe baithe raho for 1 hour. As adults also, I think it gets very difficult for us to sit down at one place and, you know, concentrate completely. So those things are very difficult in today's day and age. And with the things that our kids have access to, the media, with everything else that they're around, you know, they have a hyper living, you know, where they want to do everything, explore everything at that point of time. So their attention span is not beyond 15 minutes to 20 minutes maximum. So how can we make that 1 hour or that 60 minutes the best in our classroom where we can get them to do everything in class? So we are trying to look at those situations that how we can bring those in.
That's
Yeah,
wrong.
thank
You have to listen.
So I'll just play the video.
That is what I encountered first.
This is
with
one
my
school in
child.
Ahmedabad
So I
which
took him out of
thought
school.
that let me
I
think
said,
differently.
I can do a better
So I'll
job.
let you guys watch this and then we will go ahead.
We worked with her. She's inaugurated our GTPS.
So when I took him out, I don't think it was with the big story of changing the world or, you know, changing education and all of that. It was just my child. And at that time, I was running a design firm. The fact that I didn't come from education, I was not bothered by the size of what I was setting out to do. So that's really what allowed me to be audacious. As a designer, I was very inspired by design thinking. So to start by questioning the status quo, what design thinking tells us to do. It starts with empathy. It starts with the user. Who is it for? What does success look like? Okay, and then what should I do to ensure that I achieve it? So For the longest time, education has made the parent the primary stakeholder. Parent wants this, that. Parent wants homework. Parent wants this. Children became incidental to the program. When you put the child back front and center, they will shape the story.
So, good morning, everyone. It's time for the shout out.
Our children became our designers right now. They designed the uniform. They became clients for the architect. It was a genuine collaboration. It was just that belief that it's your space. We are crafting the final curriculum. We want you to graduate with the idea of I can.
We know that we are responsible for our own learning. So that's why we are much more proactive.
Today we offer a curriculum that is built on design thinking framework. If you look at every design process, they will have ideate, explore, define, prototype, product. But we simplified it. We call it FILS, Feel, Imagine, Do, Share.
Okay, Alaya, it will make the uniform which can be used both the sides.
To understand what they might be going through, what can we do?
3, 2, 1, go!
So for 15 years, if we use the same design thinking framework, they graduate within ICANN months. This belief that I can do it. So I think that idea of pressing the status quo is what we need to do in education. We don't realize that the choice can be us, that we are who we've been waiting for. That is the mindset we owe our children, so they shine and they thrive. That's what I want to give to every child.
Thank you, guys. So what I want you to do next is, we've seen the video. Now you have also, I think you all are aware about the VTRs. So do you think that we are using any VTR over here? Any particular VTR you think we are using here? Is it the see, think, wonder that we see? But what happens is, in a classroom, it is absolutely all right for us to change the pattern that we can do. So instead of using see, think, wonder, now because we have seen and we have heard, so you can change that. So you can change that strategy in your classroom. You can ask the students, now like I have shared the sheet with you, and what I want you to do is, what details stood out to you? Either it can be seen or heard. If you could write that down, you can write your name on top, right? What does this connect to you? You already know. What emotions or tones are conveyed in this video? What questions do you still have? So if you can just take about another 2 minutes to write this down, and what do you feel in relation to what you saw and what you heard? So if you could just write down, those sheets are for you. You can take them back home. Absolutely all right. So you can just write down your names. We will come back to this activity again a little bit later. If you all need pens, I have pens. If you all don't have pens, I have some pens. I can share it with you guys. We'll just take about 2 minutes to see what we have explored, and we can have few people share what they think about it. You can use the sheet, miss, if you want. I'll give you. Do you want to show the sheet? You can use some. I don't need to. Yeah. So is there something that stood out to you in the video? Is there something जो आपको लगा कि वीडियो में अनोखा है, कुछ अलग है, जो हम क्लासरूम में शायद नहीं करते हैं, या कुछ हमें classroom में, we want to incorporate that in our classes? Is there something that stood out to you, whether you saw it or whether you heard it? Was there something that you already knew and you were able to connect it? Okay, I do this. Maybe, I can work a little bit more on that, or you're already been doing it. So there may be different situations. There may be situations जब आपको लगा हाँ ये तो मैं कर ही रही हैं, हम लोग कर रहे हैं. So what is that stood out to you? And what emotions? What were the emotions that the kids were feeling
emotions as a teacher, emotion as an institution. किसी भी एक चीज पे, you can write that down. And is there any question that you think when you saw that video clip, is there something in your mind you still have unanswered questions? I love it the way you all are working. I'm going to grab a few pictures of my students. No, my fellow teachers, I must say, not students. At this point of time, anybody wants to share anything? Something that stood out to you? Maybe the first question, anybody wants to share something? Trust me, there is no right or no wrong answer. In a classroom, it's only the perspective. Do not be afraid to share your experiences. So there is no right or wrong. Yes, Miss, please.
I heard that she is not from the field of education, and she does design thinking. So she applied that knowledge to education.
Absolutely, Miss. So, like, even in the introduction that Miss Kumi gave about myself, I've been an interior designer for major of my life, and I still have some projects. So, it's the thought process that we go on. That, design thinking is more about what is the problem. So, when I'm designing a space, supposing I'm designing your room or I'm designing a living room, I will ask you how many people are there, what is the thing, what is the problem you're facing now, and how do you want to make it better, for whom do you want to make it better, is there any particular age group, is there something that you all are struggling with? So with those questions, when we start thinking, that is when we need to start applying those things. So rightly said that even being from a different background, these things can really help, because you need to look at what is the problem and how can we make that better. So that's what we are looking at. Any more inputs? Yes, Miss?
No, let the teacher say, then I could go in last.
Any topic, any subject, any question you want to say,
I
please.
saw that children were very happy to learn. They enjoyed.
Absolutely. So see, today, even as teachers, if we have a workshop and if I'm just showing you content, it gets very too heavy. But if you're learning it differently, even as adults, it just makes a little more happier environment for each one of us. So if we can try to do that, I'm not saying what the kids need to do, of course they need to do. But if we can introduce it in different ways, we get the work and they are able to still focus and display the work that they need to do. Yeah. Can I have one more question or one more back? Yes. Okay, yes, of course, two of you, both of you.
They had freedom to express their ideas.
Absolutely.
There's no restriction was there. You have to do this, that.
Absolutely.
They were told to
Miss.
design their own uniform.
Absolutely. So, that is what these schools think about, that how they think, yes, they think and how they want to see, because when they are as kids, what are the things that they're doing? They're going for art, they're going for PE, they're going and sitting in classrooms. So what are the problems that they are facing as children in those particular uniforms? So they are the best target audience, I would say, or their best people to judge, or their client. They could be the client themselves, that what is the problem that they're facing. We go to you and then to Sir.
The thing that stood out the most to me was graduate with I can mindset.
Absolutely.
Because somewhere or the other, growing up, we are that is instilled in us that you are not good at this.
Yeah.
But this school is a little different.
Yeah.
They foster I can attitude from
Absolutely.
very young age, and by the time they reach maturity, it is so much a part of their personality.
Absolutely. See, today, I mean, we all have anxieties. We all have, some situations where we have jitters, we have everything. But how do we deal with it? We need to remind ourselves, yes, I can do it. There may be restrictions, there may be hurdles, there may be other things that we are coming across. But with that attitude, we can go ahead and move ahead. Yes, sir.
They are not just here, but they enjoyed learning.
Yeah. Because they had to think about so many things. Now, when they talk about uniform, they had to think about the material, they had to think about the fit, they had to think about what all activities they will be doing. They need to think about every child is different. So how can they make it for somebody who is petite, somebody who is like, they need to look at different target audience. So they are thinking in different matters here. Can I move? Yes, miss.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I've been in that school, visited that school. I mean, I've been with Kiran for a while. And one of the most interesting things is that when you're saying design thinking, all that we've been doing, the VTRs, the multiple intelligences, all that is brought in. In fact, she was one of the first people who really started understanding and appreciating and bringing Howard Gardner's theories to us. So it's not as if this is something completely different from what we've been doing. In fact, as I told you in the morning, it all will fit in like a jigsaw puzzle. And without that rigidity, with a sense of flow. Because for me, what really stood out was that there seemed to be a sense of flow and naturalness, because none of us like to sit in chairs like this. I mean, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to move around because that's the kind of person I am. And if you force me to sit, I get bored very easily. So what stood out for me was a sense of flow and the naturalness where learning is happening. It's happening, but in not the traditional way, not
Absolutely.
in the traditional ways.
Absolutely. Moving on, I'll go to the next slide. What is design thinking? Can one of you just read this for me? Anybody who would want to? Of course, it's all going to be the PPT. Anybody wants to read it out? Yes, please.
Design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success.
Thank you so much, Miss. So here we were just talking about uniform. So here they need to think about that who are those people? When they are talking about, they need to think about different people. They need to think about the fit, they need to think about children, they need to think about everything that they are doing. Is this cost effective? Is it sustainable? When we think of those aspects, so you're thinking about everybody. It's not only the child here, it's about everybody who is catered around to that particular topic that we are looking at. The methodology is vital for bringing ideas to life because it encourages creative problem solving, fosters collaboration, and ensures that solutions are tailored to the actual needs of users. So here we're talking about collaboration. It's not like I will have all ideas, but when I share with a group of people here, somebody may have, no, we can, probably have the logo here, or we could have it behind, or we could have something else. We want short sleeves, we do not want, so those ideas will run through. What would a jacket look like along with those things? So, those are add-ons. When you sit together in a group, you get those things. So that's why I would emphasize more is on problem solving and collaboration, because that's the kind of learning that we get. We learn from one another. So I will move to the next slide. Of course, you all know what technoparesis is. We cannot, like a great proverb by Mr. Albert Einstein, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. So of course, when I have created this dress, if I'm going to look at the same problem that was used to make this dress, is not going to help me. Because if I want to make a better version of this dress or whatever we are using today, we need to think what we need to do better now. So when we go to a shop, we go to buy laptops, we go to buy iPhones or any clothing, we'll say, no, this is there. What is the other specification? How can it get better? So when kids are thinking, when the kids are applying this knowledge, they need to think, this is already available. How can I make it better? For an example, this is a pen. बच्चे बोलेंगे कि आधा घंटा हमने ढक्कन खुला रख दिया, it dries off. So if they are redesigning a pen, what should they be thinking? That the ink should not dry off. So what we are trying to say here is what Mr. Albert Einstein said is, we cannot think of the same problem that was used when we were creating earlier. Again, it's a strong advocacy of inquiry-based approach because we are asking, we are inquiring. Kiski problem hai? Kyun problem hai? Why do we have those problems? How can we solve it? For whom can we solve it? Are we looking at people down the line, 10 years that they can use these things without any inhibitions? Educators play an active role throughout the process by establishing a safe learning environment where ideas are respectfully challenged. So we challenge the kids. Now, supposingly he'll say that means, I don't want to do this, I'll put a bigger cap or I'll do this. Of course, I will tell the child if I have some ideas or if I feel the child can do better. I will ask him, do you think this will solve this problem? So instead of saying, no, this is wrong, what we can do is we can tell them that, do you think this will help everybody else? Do you think this will help in a state where the weather conditions are very harsh, where the weather condition is very hot, वो ज़्यादा in trial में जल्दी नहीं हो जाएगी, ठंड में वो तो नहीं हो जाएगी. So we can get them to think differently. So here we get them to challenge to think differently in their learning environments, improve moving children from a position of wondering to a position understanding and further questioning, supported by electronic and learning environments, investigation, exploration, and ready to teach and learn from others. So they need to be in an environment where they are said that everything is okay, no idea is a bad idea, nothing is wrong. It's not necessary that your ideas are wrong, but how can you make that better? We need to look at those situations. I think you all have done this bit of it because I've picked some pieces of it from Miss Kumi's book, and just put that. Even the image that you see is a part of her book. I'm going to move a little bit forward now. I'm sure you guys have seen this before. Yeah. And if you see this, the first sheet that we all saw, the see and hear, is a part of visible thinking routine. If you just see here, one of them is see, think, wonder in one of the spaces. Yeah. So if you just see that I have connected and I have changed that in the situation that because it was a video, I changed it to see and hear. So you have that liberty to change in your classrooms. It's not like a rote work ki yahi karna hai. You can definitely change it, tweak it, and make those things. So you can feel the freedom to use these critical thinking and these visual thinking routines in your classrooms. Of course, we spoke about the 5 stages. Some images have not come in, but of course, I'll take you through back to the Padlet. Now, if you see the 5 stages of design thinking, the first one that I see is the pill pack. Gain a deep understanding of the users and their needs. So what does the pill pack do? Here, the pill pack, the company, they were thinking, they were empathizing with people जिनको medicines time पे नहीं मिल रही हैं, or they're forgetting to take their medicines, or they're unable to go and get their things across. So what do? They are empathizing with those people. That how can those senior citizen or somebody who is, specially abled or anything, how they can get those medicines. So they empathize with the situation that they are in. Define Coca-Cola. Clearly articulate the problem to be solved. So here, Coca-Cola. I don't know why the images are not showing. Let me just go up a little smaller.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can see now, the pill pack is here that we have tried to introduce. Coca-Cola has 4 bottles here. And it says, what it says on the pack is,
Everything comes in 4.
yes. So here they're trying to define their thing that Coca-Cola is all about being together. It may be 0, it may be this one, it may be this one, but it comes together. So they're branding themselves as one thing. Again, the third one that you see is ideate. So here they try to come up with a juicer, but it looks very differently. So, they have spoken about that. Then you see is the prototype. Now, if you see, initially Coca-Cola began with a bottle shaped like this and then moved on to something smaller. So that was one idea. So that was a prototype. Not necessarily every prototype is going to be the final product. Prototype is something जब हम वो basic create कर रहे हैं. So we've all done that. बचपन से we've created something. अच्छा ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, थोड़ा और better कर लेते हैं. इसको ये add कर देंगे तो और सुंदर लगेगा. थोड़ा और it will become better. So those things we look at. And the last one is test. So there was something like a Google Glass. Google glasses were normal glasses. They could capture videos. So जब चश्मा पहने हैं, they can capture everything. So when they tested those products, that they cancelled that product. That was stopped selling because people were against. They felt that privacy was taken away. They felt it was against ethics. So those Google Glass came into the market, but with everybody's review, it was cancelled. So it's a stage where every product goes through. You're making somebody because you're thinking of somebody, you're empathizing, then you're defining, then you're ideating, prototyping, and testing. If it works, it goes into the market. If it doesn't go, you start back again. Yeah? Any questions so far?
Can I make an observation, a quick observation?
Yeah.
Now, perhaps this is something I've said to you earlier, that the biggest problem that we have as teachers and as human beings even in general, is to say it's my thought or my thinking.
The minute you own it, your ego steps in. So if Shweta challenges my thinking, it's my thinking. But if we can think of each thought as a thought has come to me, like a cloud, so it can go away. When you don't own your thoughts, you are ready to work with this spirit of openness. That's all.
Thank you. Now, another thing that connect, extend visible thinking routine, another visible thinking that we have seen is, because you all have learned about BTRs, I thought it would be nice for me to inculcate that right now with all of you, so that you know how you can more easily use in your classrooms. Now, if you see the connect, extend, how are the ideas and information presented connect to you what you already knew? What new ideas would you get that extend or broaden your thinking in new direction? So again, like I said, remember, no answer is right or wrong. It's just a difference of perspective. There is nothing like मैं सही हूँ और आप गलत हैं. So there is nothing like that. It's just a different nazariya, different perspective to how we look at things. Now I'm going to show you some images. If I can ask you, I think how many people I want to, maybe 4 or 5 in your own groups.
They've got their groups of 5.
Yeah. So maybe what we can do is I'm going to pass on some sheets to you guys. And if you could just write down in those sheets, this would be help me just sheets. Maybe they can have 1 or 2 sheets in each group, or 1 sheet per group. So what I want you to do is here, is there any particular subject can relate to the following images? I will change the images. You can look at that. Maybe we can have group 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we can have another 5 people in group 2. And if you can form your groups in groups of 5. They've already formed. Amazing. I love that. And how many groups do we have?
We've got 6 groups.
Okay. So maybe group 6 can do again this image 1. So I have 5 images. If group 1 and 6 can do the same things. Yeah. So what you need to do is you will look at that image and you need to see, is there any particular subject that you think it relates to? What are the other things that you notice? And in group of 4, group of 6, put your observation. I'm moving on to the images. Can I know which is group 1? Okay. So group 1, you will have to look at this image. And what do you think this image talks about? Group 2. Group 2, when you look at this image, what do you see? Group 3. Perfect. When you look at this image, what happens? Group 6. So group 6, you can take this image again. Yeah. I'm going to show for group 4 and 5. So, okay, group 4. Maybe we divide in 5 groups only, then that's fine. Group 4 and group 5. I will change the slides if you want, or if you want, you can take a picture also. So going back, if you look at that image, if you can take about 5 minutes to write down what do you observe. Is there any particular subject you think is it related to? I'm going to go back to the questions. I will show you the images back again. What you have to do is you need to look at that. Is there any particular, when you look at that image, do you think it relates to any particular subject? And when you look at it, what are the other things that you notice? Is there particular words, terminology of any particular subject coming in? For an example, does balance come in somewhere? Or does any form of material comes in somewhere? So when you look at those images, is there any particular subject that you think that, you can use those things to use that activity somewhere? So if you can just take that, I'll give you about... Yes, of course. I will show the image. We are just waiting for that. Yes. So this GTR has only one image. So like I said, group 1 is doing this one. Group 2 is doing this image. Group 3 is doing that image. Group 4 is looking at this image and group 5 is looking at that image. Yeah. So I know group 1 is here. Group 2, can you raise your hands? Then 5. Okay. Group 2. Okay. Group 3. I think they are group 3. Group 4. Group 4. Group 5.
5. Okay. You all are 6. Okay, so 6 will do 1 again. Yeah. What else do you observe? Now, for an example, if I look at group 1, I mean, I can look at probably balance of the any particular areas that is fixed, anything else that when you are doing those patterns, anything else that you're looking at. You are free to answer whatever it comes to your mind. Like I said, there is no right, there is no wrong. It's just free thinking, it's just critical thinking. If you can use the sheet of paper that has been given to you to write down your group number and write down which image you are looking at and then write down what you have gathered. If you can use those sheets to write these.
Can we have the questions so that we can start any subject that I will what about something again, shapes, yes. Do you think again when you take just like that. That's absolutely fine. Sorry. Okay, I'll give you about 1 more minute, guys. And we'll quickly take one group, then takeaways from this activity.
One second, I'll take this.
Okay, can I have quickly just one point from one group, whichever your feel, one person say that across? Can I begin with one? Group one. Are you, anyone would like to say what your takeaway for this is or something, that's fine. Anybody is fine. Everybody will get a chance.
This group one, we could see it replicates a staircase, and then what else? Room decor, storage unit, study table, and then the subjects we can integrate over here is maths, addition, subtraction, we can teach
Perfect.
geometrical shapes, interior designing, and physical education.
Wonderful. So here, like I just mentioned to you, when it's a open thinking, you can even throw the questions to the students asking, is this safe enough? Would they use this in their own house? Who will be the people living in their house? So, they just start to think differently. Of course, we were catering to a subject, but that is how you get them to think. Even with one image, there are so many things that can get interrelated to. It can talk about materials. Is it sturdy enough? If, people will keep going up and down, is it sturdy enough to take the weight for so many number of steps? So that's one thing that I would give a takeaway for your group.
I think it's also a question of balance because
Absolutely.
the man is also balancing himself.
Absolutely.
And all these shapes are also balanced in such a perfect way that they don't topple over.
Absolutely.
But it's definitely not the kind of design I would like.
Group two. Love that. Group two.
Yes.
Yes.
Relate to the subject, we have the second image.
Yeah.
Bottles. The subject that can be related to science,
Yes.
maths,
Yes.
drawing,
Yep.
and yoga. Yoga.
Any other thing that you feel is incorrect in that image? Is there any flaw that you see there in the image?
Space, so.
So if I see the pill says relax and sleep and it says colon cleanser.
Yes.
So if now the packaging, if you see the packaging is exactly the same. Somebody who is asleep, somebody who is not able to do, एक के बदले में दूसरा हो जाएगा. So that's why, when you think about this can even be done with older children, where you tell them to do, where there's advertising, where there's branding, if you're catering to 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, when you talk about branding, you can show what's the flaw in this. So if there was a different color, maybe the color of the cap was different or color of the label was different, then even a person can understand, okay, blue cap hai to haan, okay, it's for relax. If it's a red cap, it's for something else. So, you need to, even with an image, we can interrelate to that.
Yeah, it's only for English readers.
Absolutely.
Those who know English, there's nothing else.
Yeah.
There's no other language.
Group 3. Yes.
So it is a box with markers and has got 150 pieces. It's in a transparent box, and there is waste of space in the middle because of the instruction booklets. Either they could have put more pencils in it or might be reduced the size of the box.
Perfect.
And this can be used in various subjects like art, craft, maths, and basically you can use it in all subjects.
Yeah. You could even,
You can
shapes, you could
yes,
do so many
you
other
can
things.
use them for counting and even
Yeah.
for sorting different colors.
Yeah. And of course, you can teach them that, how the box could have been made differently. I mean, is there anything else that they need to, if they have a similar packing box, then, how they could make it more easily accessible, because the colors that you see in the pen, now when they have the cap, you're just integrated. But most of the kids have where, they put a blue cap with a pink pen. So then how do you interrelate that? So do you think the packaging was a little different, wherein we see the colors, and we see the cap. Do you think that would have made a difference? So, we can get them to think differently. Yeah.
I feel the colors are very jumbled and they
Yeah.
repeat in different places instead of being organized, the
Yeah.
greens with the greens or the yellows.
Absolutely.
But I thought the central part could be used for storage of your artwork.
Absolutely.
And that could just be a flap which keeps it in place. So in which case it would be just one compact box with the drawings as well as a material in the same place.
Absolutely, or even adding on to more organizational space where they could have their basic stationery inside. Why only those things? If there were sections attached to it, it could have been more useful. So getting there. Group 4, interesting conversations there.
The big thing for group 4 is a school locker probably.
Yeah.
You can see the bag, not, there is no play. The width of the door it's a narrow compartment. The shelves also are not proportionate to the size of the bag. So your design comes into,
Absolutely.
place how, what kind of design, probably only having 2 compartments, increasing the width of the door, all that.
Yeah. So again, it's a design flaw here if we see and how this can be done. So definitely whoever has designed it has not fixed it right. They have not taken measurements into consideration. So math comes in, designing comes in, other things come in, organization comes in. So you're thinking about who's going to be using it, what is the size of the bag going to be, how many books are going to come, is there something else the child will have along with it? So, these are different things that you can think about and tell them the kids. What about the last image, group 5? Yes.
The image shows that it's a perfectly arranged classroom.
Yeah.
Where if you see, the chairs are arranged in a specific order.
Yeah.
Even the blackboard is arranged in a specific order. It's arranged in such a way that each and every student will be able to see the professor teaching right down there.
Yeah.
And whenever we look at this image, we see a lot of organization going in, a lot of thought processes going in, arrangement going in. So maths can come into picture.
Yes.
Then organization can come into picture.
Okay, another flaw that I would say is the chair has a desk where you sit in, right?
Yeah.
What happens to people who are lefty? How will they write?
And even otherwise, you'd have to lean right in front to be able to do it. And I would not have it straight. I would have a raised platform so that the teacher can maintain eye contact. Here, there is no eye contact possible for the backbenchers.
So again, yes, of course, like Miss said, so we can get kids to think differently, not necessarily by saying things or asking them to read, but even with one image, one activity, we can get them to think and do that. So as you see, we did the connect and extend. We were connecting how the ideas and information presented connected to what you already knew. Of course, we all knew about this. We use it in our daily lives. What new ideas did you get that extended and broadened your thinking in new directions? So when we spoke about it, when we heard the collaboration that we were talking, we all collaborated together to get this thing done and get new perspective and new ideas. Now I have something else for you. Oops, the design cycle again. I will have to, hopefully I get the image here now. Okay. If you can see this, I'm going to put it back again. So here, if you see, the key similarity between design thinking and design cycle is that both are iterative, user-centered approach to problem solving that involves stages of research, ideation, prototype testing, and refinement, with the primary goal of creating effective solutions through continuous feedback and improvement. However, design thinking is more of a mindset and over philosophy focused on empathy and creativity, while a design cycle refers to a specific set of structured sets used to implement the design thinking approach. So in that, what we do is in design thinking, we start with analyzing the problem. Okay, problem kiski hai, kya problem hai. Then we go to develop ideas. How can we make that better? Then we go to creating, which is a part of a prototype. हम कुछ बनाते हैं कि शायद ये काम कर जाएगा. Then we are testing, which is evaluating. कि नहीं काम किया तो go back again and see what did not work and how you can make it better. And if you see, the major of the things that we are using today in today's time is not a success at the very first time. Even people who have invented things and they've done major innovations, first time में किसी का कोई success नहीं हुआ है. So it's always looking back what worked, what did not work. So it's more about that.
Iteration is going back to it and refining it.
Yeah. I have something different for you here now. Now, when I see what is mind mapping in design thinking, Can any guesses what does mind mapping mean?
They know it.
Yeah. Anybody can
We
say.
work
Can
with-
I have you say something from that table? Either of you. What is mind mapping? Any idea? या आपको देख करके क्या लग रहा है? Any ideas? Okay, anyone on this side? Yes, please.
We don't have the same teachers coming every time.
Yeah, I
The school
understand.
sends
No,
them
but
to-
what they can understand here.
So when I was small, I used to always I used to keep some images in my mind. I used to draw something like inflation is like upwards, downwards. So the high arrow, the low arrow, we used to keep mapping that way, and we used to remember that answer. We had to write, oh, that is going up and that is going down. So that is, I feel that is mapping.
Yeah, that is mind mapping. Of course. Any other ideas of what is mind mapping? There is no right or wrong answer. Please don't hesitate to answer. I'm not here to judge you. You all are wonderful teachers doing your best in your school. So please feel free to answer.
I'm sorry, we've not done mind mapping with you, right? We've done
Never
it with
mind. But
some
what
other-
comes to your mind when you see this?
So,
Yes, miss. Then I'll go there.
Yeah, actually, sometimes we keep things and forget. So next we start thinking. I came inside the door.
Yeah.
I went this side. Then I changed my clothes. I went to the washroom. Where did I keep my
Yeah.
things? So if
So
I
it's
can
the same
think-
thinking that you're analyzing in your daily lives. You're trying to put that across when you're particularly doing something. I had somebody else saying something at the side. Yes, miss.
So I want to remember certain things or concepts, and they are bigger to register. So I take an analogy like, no, can I figure out like how can I do it? If I love flowers, then I say that will be the flower part of it. Then this will be the leaf. Then that will be the roots. So I place my ideas in that, and when I have to recollect, I get back to that.
Yeah.
So I know that the flower was this, the leaves were that, and the roots were this. So I can have different types of mind maps according to my understanding and my recapturing that.
Wonderful. Yes. Both of you can say.
Okay, if it is like for the students who are a little slow in learning. So if there's a big answer and you want to, it's, make it a little easier for them to learn, you can do a mind mapping as like a flow chart.
Yeah.
So that they will be able to learn it a little more better. Yes.
Yes. It's an example I can give you as factors affecting the environment. If we put about as the center main idea of it, then to that we can connect the atmosphere, temperature, humidity.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your wonderful ideas.
May
That
I?
is yes,
Last, always last.
Yes, yes.
I have used mind mapping extensively. I can do a complete 2-hour lecture with just one mind map because I'm a visual person. I love colors. And when I'm using different colors for different aspects of my talk, I can immediately remember without having to look at the paper again and again. So it particularly helps the visual spatials, I think, but also other people as well, because it just makes it so colorful and interesting with one thought in one color. Usually, I mean, that's the way Tony Buzan teaches, like that one, for instance. And it makes it very, very easy to capture and to summarize things. So even at the last stage of recap or anything, you can just ask the students or yourself, you can be using. That's the way I use it.
So that's wonderful. It's a great thought that we are looking back at how we can do that. And I also love the idea that we spoke about core. What is the core? So now if you see the core they're talking about is me here. They're talking about cells there. They're talking about product design here. So if you see, they are asking the questions which is who, what, when, how is it going to make a difference? Oops, now how is this going to make a difference in my the image? I'm just going to look at that.
I have a question.
Yes, miss.
If you could go back to the earlier image of mind mapping.
I'll go back here. Maybe I have a better image here. Yes.
Isn't this too cluttered, the last one, to remember?
Absolutely. So it is definitely, like I say, it is how we are expressing our thoughts. It is how we are showing our things. If you see here now, when you see here, that is cluttered. But of course, it's a different perspective of every child. So I cannot say that maybe that child remembers better this way. And that child is able to understand. So it's not that, it's the content what is important. It's not only about how well the child has presented. Maybe the child has presented very well here and there, but the content is great here. So we are, again, as teachers, when we tell them to do mind mapping, we don't have to see कि कितना अच्छा sketch किया है. we need to see is that how much the content is important related to the topic that we are looking at. I'm also going to show you the other image. Now, this is an image that is which is here, and there's another image there. So how can you do that? So now you're looking at one particular, if you see there is a core, there is something at the center, and from that everything is connected. So like I said, that when I talk about, I'm going back to the previous image, when I talk about cells, what are cells? Who are the cells? What are the cells? Now here it's spoken about animals, there's spoken about the terminology, there's spoken about cytoplasm and nucleus and everything. So when we talk about any particular subject, we keep that into the center. And from that center, we move on. What do we know? What do we want to know? Whom are we trying to solve this for? How is it going to be better for them? So, when we do those questions in class, when you do that, we can use this in every subject. See, that's why I've tried to gather images of different subjects that you can see. You see art, you see another. When you see here, it's a behavior.
Actually, these two are proper mind
Yeah.
maps. That one doesn't have the branches.
Yeah. So again, when you see here, they've iterated in different formats. So every child will present it in different manner. So there is nothing like, okay, the first one is a perfect image or the third one is a perfect image. There is nothing like that. It is upon the content that the child is trying to gather and the child is trying to do. So if you see, mind mapping is a visual tool that helps designers organize information and generate idea. It's a brainstorming technique that helps designers develop creative solutions. So how are they coming to? So in that, if you see the core, what they're trying to do is, if you see, it's kind of the eye, the hair, the everything, the fur and everything, that how each one has been done. They're also looking at nature here. They're also looking at nature. When you see, they're seeing flowers, they're seeing, the bird's feather, it feels cool, it's hard. I mean, they're talking about muscles being stronger, they're talking about other things here. They're talking about parts of body. This can even be a parts of body. So if you see, it's leaves there. It's about a tree trunk. It's parts of body of a human. It's how they're trying to do. So even something like that, it can be formatted into an art. It can be formatted into a biology or a science or any other class where you're trying to learn more about these things. Okay, now I have again something very interesting for all of you. We are going to a real world issue that can allow students to tackle the challenge: healthcare. I think we are all in that day and age where we all want to be healthy. Not only healthy means being incised, healthy means we want to be healthy to run around to do our activities every day. That's being healthy for me. So in that situation, since that has become a prominent topic in the national debate, students are becoming aware of the issues in our country related to rising cost, access, quality, and equity. They are beginning to understand the importance of both individually and societally. Like the mentioned topic of climate change, students are also learning that we are not necessarily leading the world of this area. The problem is connected to profits, insurance, bureaucracy. They need a fresh sense, and many others lead to universities. So these are the things that healthcare does. Now, what I wanted to do here is, individually, you all will get a sheet here. Whichever subject you are teaching. So it may be a math, it may be a science, it may be a language, it may be something else. So I am going to give you about 15 minutes. What you will have to do is, in your subject, you will keep the core as healthcare. Single. So you will be doing it as, and please make sure.
We use the other side of
Yeah,
the paper.
people who have it. Each one has to do it. So what you're supposed to do is, you will write your name on top right. You will do healthcare as the center core. In your subject, how do you think you will make a mind map? It's okay. I don't want to know the content here. I want to know how you would make a mind map. So in your subject, how would you make a mind map related to healthcare? अगर आप लैंग्वेज में हैं तो आप लैंग्वेज के हिसाब से, किस हिसाब से अगर आपको सिखाना हो बच्चों को, how will you take that? If you're a math teacher, what all will you do? If you're a science teacher, what all will you do? If you're a business management teacher, how will things change for you? So if you can look at those situations. And like I said, no answer is right or wrong. I'm going to give you about 15 minutes. It's 3:10. I'll give you about 15 minutes. You think 15 minutes is too much? 10 is good? I love her expression. Okay, I'll give it 15. Please write your name on top right so that we know whose sheet it is. Here, if you see the VTR that we are looking at is connect, extend, and challenge. We have, if you see, I already used connect and extend in this class. Now I am changing the same thing. I'm bringing the connect, extend, and challenge back again into the same class because I want the kids to understand this VTR properly. So here what I'm trying to do is what challenges or puzzles have come in your mind from the ideas and information presented. Now what are the challenges that you think will be while brainstorming about healthcare? So I'm using the same VTR, but first I used only connect and extend. Now I'm using the VTR, adding challenge to it. So it is absolutely all right for you to use the same VTR back in your class in one class again together. Yeah? So I'm going to go back to the question. It's healthcare. In your subject, where do you think the healthcare is? How would you create your mind map? Do you want me to put the mind map pictures? Yeah? Tell me the first slide or the second slide, whichever you all prefer. First? Great. Thank you. I'll come around to see what your ideas are.
Just 1 minute, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
This slide tea and how many would like coffee?
First tea. How many tea?
Full up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah.
And the remaining coffees.
Only are remaining.
Yes, I am remaining. I'm going to take that liberty for remaining.
I first get that. I can't take money. I can't extend and challenge.
And also write the subject that you're teaching. If you're writing your name, also write the subject. So when I come around, I can, probably help you and, prompt you in something. And like I said, there is no one way. You can make more bubbles, you can create something else, you can put stars, you can do whatever you want. So you must be able to all subjects. Yeah. So you can do a mixed one. If you're doing more than one, you can even do a mixed one. Where they are kind of getting idea about the research or means to introduce the data as well. So take what they don't know, it's possible. So also in healthcare, you can even write, I'm just going to prompt certain things to the whole, every one of us. So you can talk about healthcare and then you can talk about who are the people who are affected. Is it only the patient? Is it the family? Is it the organization that you're going? Is it the doctor? Is it the institute or the hospitals that you're going to? Is it people who are making medicines? So depending upon your subject, you can use those things and throw those points across.
33 minus 11. So 22.
Please write your name and subject so that I can relate to it. Previous perfect point to bang on the start with zero friendliness. Please pick up your hand now. You're teaching a lot of subjects. So you're teaching maths, you're teaching everything. Starting at what is healthcare? Does it begin with self? Does it begin with what does health mean for that? Is it like keeping the shirts clean, the environment clean, the surroundings clean? How can they keep things clean around them? So what does those things mean when they have illnesses, big illness? So you are going to. How would you introduce that to a child? Imagine you're introducing this to your class.
Where is from T?
How would you introduce
Yeah,
So you are also what grade?
Oh, nice. But which grade?
Nice. So students in my can say here healthcare and so what is it really in
Any more teas?
Okay. How often do we travel?
See, because you have to understand who you're talking to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So also when you're making a mind map, you can even see, like, if you're a preschool teacher, what does it mean for you to be talking about healthcare? For me, if I am teaching a toddler, I would say, is washing hands important? Because I would like to teach that. Is keeping my surroundings clean? I would teach that. But if I'm teaching a grade 6 or a 7 healthcare, I would talk about bigger things. I would bring in maybe some illnesses here, some common ones, some chronic ones, which leads to healthcare. I mean, even being a design teacher, I would talk about what are the products people need. Is it a wheelchair? I would talk about how has the wheelchair advanced from before to now. Earlier wheelchair में ऐसे था that people had to push it, but now how wheelchairs have changed. Now they're automated wheelchairs. So depending upon the age group you are teaching, and depending upon the subject you are teaching, your content will change. Imagine you're creating this mind map for your class, for your children. So please look at that, the age group that you are teaching. Most welcome. Yeah, that's the kind of Oh, I love that happy person.
Coffee.
Madam, you all are so
Miss, I'm really amazed with your. Thank you, sir. They are all so quick learners. They're already using so much of it.
Anybody wants sugar among the coffee?
No, now the topic given is healthcare, so nobody wants sugar.
I need sugar so that I don't fall out.
ये शुगर लेके आ, राजेश राजेश इधर लेके आ, राजेश राजेश
no sugar class.
What others? Sugar is on that side. So we are talking about healthcare, but it's okay. Even when you can talk about healthcare, do you think healthcare is equally given to everybody around? Does everyone have those facilities? Do rurals, in areas, is everybody benefited? Even living in a metropolitan city, does everybody have those benefits? We talk about insurances, we talk about others. So depending upon your age group children, you can make those connections depending what you want to teach the children.
That plate has gone round. Pass it.
Make sure you're writing your name and you're writing your subject. We will be displaying these sheets on the table.
Now you draw it as a mind map.
You guys have another 5 minutes. Anybody needs help, I'm happy to come around. I like the diagram.
So what legacy is drawing connections and
So you know, you're looking at how smaller versions that you can so you can connect. So you start doing to take them to a certain level or continue.
Also, what
Shweta, I need help.
yes. So Priyanka has, she's spoken about the aspects where, she's been an EVS teacher, she's written about things, what a child thinks. So you can here also extend the things, talking about, is it only the child? So when I talk about healthcare for a small children, for a toddler, is it only washing hands? Is it only brushing their teeth and cleaning themselves teeth? Or is it their surroundings? Is it their homes? Is it outside their building, outside the school? Is it the city? Is it the country or is it globally? So you can slowly, gradually build it on from person to local to global. So here for teaching them everything that how things are or cleaner they are or they may be, in different aspects in the world. So again, you're trying to connect it locally to globally. Like I said, does every city have the suvidha? Does everyone has that suvidha?
Yeah. So now you're so now when you do English literature, people talk about that, it would make a rant on healthcare. Yeah. So we can even write a story formation on that. That somebody can give them a design situation. You can give them a situation that there is a child who is unwell and has been struggling, and there are other children who need to support it. And there are some children who are making fun of it. How would you ideate that? And write that across. You're also teaching them story. You're teaching them math. You're teaching them poetry. You can give them some homework where the child can actually learn to teach about healthcare. It's also wondering if absolutely, exactly. So you really have to yes, you talk about media, you talk about media. Thank you. How media can be taken in positive format, how to share. Yeah. How is it, does it work for somebody? How does it work for somebody? Yes. Or even visual. Absolutely. Most welcome. Okay, I guess what we need to do is, we've sat enough. Now we need to do is roam around. So if I can request everybody to go clockwise probably, or go from here so that I can give you all a post-it. You will leave your sheets on the table. Even people sitting behind can leave your sheets on the table. We will try and make space for everybody's sheet. What I want you to do is, in the next 5 minutes, you will take one post-it, or even if you want, you can take another color pen and write it, that what is it that you liked about that brainstorming, what that person has done, and what would you wish that person should add. Either of. If you have some ideas, I'll supposedly see in the sheet and I'll tell her, okay, I like what she has done. So I will write down what she has done and I will put it over there. And if I have some ideas that she could have made this better or she's forgotten this point, then I can write that. You don't need to write your name, but please make sure that you're seeing everybody's work. Yeah? So I'm going to give each one of you a post-it and I want everybody to put their work here. Yeah? If we can make place, Sanjay, I'm going to move your coffee chai a little piche. Let's try and gather everybody. If I can see everyone, yes, miss, thank you. You can start with Miss Sumi's work. You can take a pen and you can look at her work and you can give her feedback. So as teachers, what we are good at giving feedback, let's do that. Anyone who's ready can take this and we can start moving around. So that's called the gallery walk. If I talk about what's a gallery walk, walk around the room and take a look at how other people have solved the problem. As you walk around the room to analyze work of others, you may ask a clarifying question on a post-it, write a comment or provide feedback.
Yeah, so if we can all be up from our spaces, it's okay. We don't have to complete it. This was not an examination. We still have time to do this later on. Also, you can refine your work afterwards. If I can have everybody put their work here and start giving feedback to each other. Can we come like a musical chair, please, everyone? Anyone you can do. Anyone. You have, no? So let's put our sheets here on the table.
I have to just go step out.
Yes, of course, miss. If you want, you can just pick one post-it. You can put wherever you want. I can keep some post-its there, sir. Would you like to just keep some in between so people can keep free and pick it up? Sir, वहाँ पे दीजिएगा ना एक post-it पे यहाँ पे बीच में और एक यहाँ पे रखिए. Miss, एक यहाँ पे रख देंगे बीच में पानी pot. So people can feel free to pick up the post-it. You can write down. What do you feel after seeing her work? And what is your feedback? So anyone, you can put for anyone. Make sure each one gets a feedback. It's like कि एक sheet में Miss Bhumi के work पे हम सब post-it लगा देंगे. Let's make sure that everybody gets a feedback. So if you see somebody has put for her work, you can put for somebody else. You can put it here. You can stick it over there. Thank you, everyone. You can pick up post-its there. Feel free to take it. I will arrange it. Thank you, Miss, for doing that. Please make sure that, Miss, time is up. Examination is over. You need to move now. I know you're that one dedicated student who wants to add more. Please make sure we're reading everybody's work. This is the time when we can gather more ideas. In classrooms, we'll have more space to do this. We are in a boardroom, and if we are still managing, I think we are great. We know how to problem solve things. Please make sure you're writing for every one person at least. Otherwise, you'll have to take a circle back again. If you write something, you can take a post-it and you can write it for that person. Each sheet should have one post-it. So they have to do is when they have to go around, they do say like a fact-find question on the post or like a comment on the either, whatever one. Then but every sheet is some hammer. So they pick up a post-it and they write for it. If you want, we can distribute the sheets even with more.
Only one post-it we can put.
Yeah, only one. It's over there, miss. It's one is pink is there, green is there, blue is there. Only one post-it. Do you want more post-its? Should I give it here?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can take one, miss. Anybody needs post-it? Make sure we're writing for people around. Like I said, we are all teachers and we're very good at giving feedback. Miss, did you get? How you gave? You began. You were the beginner. Did you see everybody's work? Make sure every sheet gets a post-it. So if you've seen one sheet getting it, please move on to another one so that we all have some feedback to take away. Of course. Thank you. The feedback can be a good positive feedback, a comment, a question. Thank you. If you have done and read everything, you can go back to your seats. That's no problem. Yeah. Maybe then you should take pictures of everybody's work together, put them together, and then take a picture. That would be great to put it up together. We generally do it on the wall, but of course we are in a perfect space. So this activity, you need not do it in the format that we are doing, teachers. We need not do it in the format that we are doing. You can even put it up on the wall. You can put it up on tables together. So you can do the same gallery walk in different formats. Depending upon your class time, depending upon your students, depending on how you think the movement is required in the classrooms. I hope every sheet has a post-it. Because if we've all done the work, then everybody needs to get a feedback. Otherwise, somebody has not done the work here. We take another 2 minutes and settle down. I see one sheet who doesn't have a feedback. That is this one. If somebody has missed giving, if there's any other sheet that you'll see here and the people have not done it, please, it would be nice for each one of us to get something. Does every sheet have a feedback there? Thank you, everyone. We can settle down now. Okay. Can we all settle down, please? Thank you, everyone, for doing this activity. Like I said, you don't necessarily need to follow the gallery walk in this format. What you could do is, depending upon the class strength that you have, and you think the movement is required in your classroom, there are other ways to do the gallery walk. You could put things on the wall. You could put a chart paper. You can ask them to see something and go put the post-its over there. If you think you don't have post-its, you can even just put a chart paper or use the blackboard and tell them to write. So if I have seen this work, I can put it over here. I can go and write on the whiteboard, or I can go and write on the blackboard. So not necessarily that if we don't have stationery, we cannot do this. There are days, even in our schools, we may be just short of something. So you can tweak those things, you can change those things in your classrooms. So it's not necessary that we have to do this format. You could do again in group activities. But the fun of this is that everybody's work has come out individually here. Everybody has thoughts have come out beautifully here. Now, if you must have seen here, so many of us, but not one sheet is looking a replica of another one. The topic is same, healthcare, but we have all done it so beautifully, so wonderfully. We've expressed our ideas, our thoughts, even with our languages, even the subjects that we are teaching, the children age group we are teaching. We have beautifully presented that. And imagine you have just done this for the first time. So any topic that we want to teach, it can move on from self to family, to people around us, to local, to global. So you can connect the same thing in so much smaller things. So this is just one way of formatting it. And like I said, we did the connect extend also. We repeated that twice. We just did one part of it. we didn't do the challenge first, but we added the challenge. So you can use the VTRs because, Ms. Kumi had told me that, you all have done the VTRs. I thought it was great to show you different formats and how different languages, different subjects can incorporate in their daily learning. We can have a content the same way. I'm not saying that you need to change the whole content, but if you're doing one particular topic, you can pick what is best for your class. Maybe doing one activity in a class would really help you. So, you can see what is helpful for your class, your children, your environment. And you're the best judge. You're in a profession who's doing amazing job. So I don't even need to teach that beyond to all of you, but you're the best judge on how you can take that forward. Another thing, a very good video that I would like to show. I'm not saying that we follow this system, but this is just for humor to end a lot of learning that we are coming across. We are almost to end of the session to end it on a more humor base. So let me just play this. Speakers are open, right? Just a minute, technical glitch once again.
And now a sneak peek at the new comedy series, Mr. D.
There goes your weekend, eh, Martin?
And now a sneak peek at the new comedy series, Mr. D.
There goes your weekend, eh, Martin?
Really? Let me explain how this works. If these were regular tests, what I would do is I would find the smart student, Maya, and I would mark hers first.
All right.
And I'd use that as my answer key. But these are essay questions. Now, if I were to read these, it would take forever. So I don't. So I look at their mark going into it. Okay, like Maya, where's Maya? The highest mark in the class. There she is. So that's my answer key.
Oh, you already know the answer?
Sometimes those are better. I got to give her a good mark, a couple circles, and then sometimes too vague.
Right.
That way I don't have to give her 100.
Yeah.
They only look at
realistic.
96. I give her a little more than she has going in. That way she won't come back. Right. Okay.
Good system.
Jimmy, look at Jimmy. Nothing.
Right. Never nothing.
Garbage. Waste of time. 33. There's some words there, but I have no time to read them. So then I get angry. Jimmy, ridiculous.
Right.
This has got to stop.
He can say the same thing to you.
Okay, you got the system?
Yeah, it's a good system, buddy.
You do those ones.
You want me to mark them?
You don't really mark. You just
All right.
put marks on it. You put a circle. You circle a number.
Forger.
Okay, here's Mike. Now, Mike's got a 62.
You should give him an 80.
Give him
That'll
an
make his
80.
day.
Make his day.
Right.
Okay. And he goes home. His parents are excited. I like that. Finally,
Like you've been rooting for him the whole time.
about
Right.
time. Thank you.
Good.
This person, Shauna, I don't like her. Drives me nuts.
Right.
So what I do is I fail her on the exam, but I just give her enough to pass the course, so I don't have to teach her again. So it's like a lot of check marks and question marks, underlines of things, a couple good comments.
Mediocre.
I've used that one. That's a good one. Happy face, smile.
That's disturbing.
You are almost a teacher.
Mr. D. Monday starting January 9th on CBC.
I don't say that we do this, but imagine if our HRs had to do this for us. In how much trouble would we have been here? So my question on my idea of asking this thing is, what do you think about assessments? When, of course, as teachers, if you are teaching something, we also expect them to give them feedback. We give them assessments. We have to correct their work. We have to tell them what worked, what did not work, because we want them to become lifelong learners. We want them to know that, of course, not everything. If they say 2 + 2 is 10, of course, 2 + 2 is not 10. So we need to teach them the basics, and like I say, there's no right or wrong answers, but yes, somewhere there is no right and wrong. In critical thinking, there is no right or wrong, but otherwise, what concepts are there, they need to stay that way. So now I am asking is, what do you think about assessments? Can you all tell me that what does assessment mean in your class or in your school or wherever? Anybody?
Testing the knowledge of the student.
Thank you, sir. Yes. anything else, extend the knowledge, of course, because we need to make sure that we are conveying them what is right. Now, for an example, just to make somebody happy, I'm not going to say 2+2 is 10. It's definitely not that. So I'm not here to please the child, but I also have to do my duty, that what I need to do. Anything else that somebody can say, what is assessment? Does it come only during exams, or is it a regular one?
It can be related to gauge the knowledge, the understanding, whether the child has understood the concept or not.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes.
After teaching a particular chapter, you have an assessment.
Yes.
It could be just in a form of a project, or might be just basic questions.
Absolutely. Now, do you think your assessment will vary if students use these techniques, why and how? Now, we did a couple of things today. So we began with, the task that we were doing, which I'm just going to pull this across. We started to do with a video where we saw see and hear. So where we are trying to gauge what the kid has understood. Now, along with that, of course, we are teaching one particular topic. Along with that, we did another sheet which was connect and extend. After that, we also did connect, extend, and challenge. So do you think we have enough to understand where the child has understood, where the child needs support, where the child has actually had difficulties, and we can support them? So it's not that we are basing them on one sheet. Like if I would say, I'm not judging on one sheet, or I'm not talking about that one particular day. Maybe I may be a brilliant student, but it's just not my day. I'm not getting it. I know everything, but I'm not getting it. So do you think if we are doing these things, like, we are bringing in these techniques, the BTRs that you people have been, talking about and doing that, do we have a better understanding about our children? And we are not assessing them on one particular sheet or one particular work. I know the child has done great. So if I have more documented work for them, do you think that can make it easier for us to assess? And we are not waiting for that one last day. So if we have something like, we are on, gradually we are assessing the children. So maybe if I've done this sheet in my personal record, maybe you can record in a book, you can record whatever you want. You want to create an Excel sheet, you want to create any other format. Do you think when you're writing that, of course, I know it increases work as a teacher, but does it help you to understand your children better? Would it help you when you're sitting for your PTMs? Would it help you when you need to speak to your heads across that, I have checked this child on various bases and I still feel that I need some more time with this child. So you have more evidences to see. And again, it's fair on the kid. Like, I may not be very good at remembering historical things or in geography or something else, but I may be very good at expressing it and putting it across. So if we use these mediums, if we use these formats, do you think it can become easier for them as well as for us? Anybody wants to add something here for my second question?
I think it also makes learning process-based, because you are not assessing only the knowledge, but also the competencies.
And how much is that child, maybe wanting to put that effort? I may not be a wonderful student. I may not be the topper of the class, but I'm ready to put that hard work. I'm ready to understand that. So when we do these activities, so gradually, I think we will be able to understand our children better. They will understand that we are here for them. They understand that, we are looking at their progression. And of course, we can talk to them that, you will be assessed towards the end. But do you think if you document these things in mind map, of course, right now the mind map that we did was just on our ideas. You can let them research depending upon the age group they are. If they're older children, maybe you can give them an article, tell them to read. If there is a book, if you're following a book, ask them to read that particular paragraph, then do a mind map based on that. If there are certain questions in the textbook, when we have the textbooks, we have some questions behind. You can ask them, if you have those questions, look back at the book and then try and create a mind map. So they're learning the same content, but they're learning it differently. They're not memorizing that. They're not in that race कि मुझे word to word याद रहना चाहिए. If they have documented what they have learned in a mind map or any other format that we have done today, I think the learning process will definitely get better. And like I said, you are the experts in your field. You know what is best, what works for one child may not work for another. So you're the best judge to take that call that, what is working for which child in what situations. So that is what my takeaway is for the assessment. Anybody wants to add something else before I move on? No? Okay. I think I've spoken a lot. And I really thank you, Ms. Kumi. I'm already there at 3:45. Thank you for giving me additional 15 minutes. what I want you to do is, if you have your Padlet, I'll put up the link again. I want you to reflect your ideas, what you think. Maybe let's not do it with the partner. It's there on the Padlet again. I'm just going to show you the Padlet. So here, maybe you can write down under the reflections that what is your reflection and what is your takeaway from this class? Is there something particularly that you think? And coming back to the questions that we had, we started with what do you hope to gain from this session and what situations or strategies, would be useful in the classroom. So if you want to interrelate to what you were thinking and you want to go back and write your reflections and takeaways. It can be a question. Your reflections can be a question, wanting to know more, what you felt, what was the thing. Is there anything that if you can just think around, take 2 minutes, what is it that was helpful, what was not helpful, you can write it down. Like I said, what do you hope to gain from the session and what is the situations or classroom strategies do you think it has been in any format or anything? If you could just take 2 minutes to write the reflections and takeaway. I would request each one of you to just take that 1 minute and write, please. That would be really helpful. I would be able to help you even later. And of course, you can always connect back with me. Thank you. I don't even have her number. You have to give me her number. Can you write down both their addresses?
How about, could I just say something? What Fran has been suggesting is that these are all brilliant strategies which we can use to help them learn. The fact that SEC students have to answer differently from ICSE, from CBSE, or from IB students is not the point. Once they've learned the whole thing well, they can answer the questions that the board demands. Is that right?
Yes. Like I said, every textbook has a questionnaire behind. Like I said, I have been from a traditional school. My son has been from a traditional school. But I've been very happy with those things also because there's certain things and certain knowledge has added on and it has always helped me. And I feel learning never goes waste. So what is it that, you feel that, you can do the same thing. You can tell them, read this page and then use. So these were just a few strategies which I shared with you. But if you look at the other VTRs, not necessarily this VTR will help for every topic. You can choose which VTR you would like to introduce in your classrooms. And like I said, you're the experts, you know the best. I'm loving the answers that are coming in. Understand that learning in different ways. Thank you. Yes, 98.
After writing a comment, what do you have to do? Because I lost my comment.
It must have been here. Did you write for the reflection?
Yes.
Or then maybe you have to rewrite it. It hasn't come across. If you don't see it here probably. You could write your name also if you want. I mean, if you're okay with that, if you're comfortable with that. Did you write this one, Ms. Kumi? Consistent, simple assessment can be catalyst in students' road to development?
No.
Because I don't see any. You can write in any language, it's absolutely fine, not necessary. You have to write in English only, Hindi, Marathi, anything is okay. I can, like I said, if I'm from a traditional school, I know everything. I know those languages. It's 98194. 192. Any questions do you guys have? Anything that you feel I have not answered? And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I don't have my
Which one was yours, Miss? You did the takeaway one?
flow reflection.
So I have a question.
Yes,
here.
please, miss.
In design thinking, if we are putting it in our teaching methods, so how do we implement it?
So now, tell me what subject.
Any subject. Now,
If you can give me an example of a subject or a topic.
I have an English teacher, I have a maths teacher, I have a science teacher, and I'm telling them you all have to implement design thinking. So how?
So now, when I say for an example, design thinking is basically problem solving. Design thinking is thinking critically. So when I say about that, am I looking at the problem? Now, when my kids say that, miss, I'm designing a wheelchair, then I ask them the first question, okay, for whom? What age group is this? What problem is it? What is the problem that the person is facing? Is it leg? Is it hands? Is it something else? Is it the spine? What is the problem? So you need to make sure that it is happening. Is there a ramp to go? Is there something else? If I need to get into the car, how do I move? If I'm living alone, now, if I need to go and get something from the market, will I be able to do that? I have no help. So I'm thinking about those things. How can I make it better? We are so much into the technological advancement stage today. Everything is at the tap of a button in our phones. How can you add that advancements to make a new wheelchair that can help somebody? Now, for an example, one of my students, this is one of the projects that I'm doing in school right now with my students. We are making assistive products for people who are specially able. So one of the child said that he wants to make a chair for his grandmother. I said, supposedly for some time the grandmother is left alone. Do you think your dad or mom, being in outside at work, if there was a camera attached to the chair, if she cannot automate it herself, do you think, when we say click of a button, AC shuru ho jayega, click of a button, blinds gir jayenge, click of a button, geyser shuru ho jayega. Can we do at a click of a button, do something where we are doing for the grandmother, which she's not able to do? So can we bring in those aspects? So like I say, I would bring in the existing thing. I would bring in the problem. I would ask them a question. I would not say that. I would ask them a question. Do you think this? Do you think what will happen in this situation? Do you think if you can bring that technology and put it in this? So whenever you are asking those things, you are talking about asking them to think. You are asking them to be critical thinkers. So whether it's a math, like I was just telling Miss Kumi when she was talking about English literature and language, she said, how do I incorporate the mind mapping? Would she write a poem? How would she give them a storyline? She would give them a situation that there is one kid who has been bullied for a very long time. There are some students supporting, some not supporting. And supposedly there is, the child is feeling low. If you want to write a story around it, so you give them a situation. A child could make rap. Our kids are so good at it. Ye gana, wo gana, everything that they think. We don't even know the words. We don't understand the lyrics, but they are going on and on and on. If we do the same thing, we are teaching them language, literature. We tell them grammatically it should be like this. It should be, whatever. You are giving them a situation that it should have 10 lines. It should have simile. It should have hyperbole. It should have do and do, blah, blah, blah. You tell them to create a poem. You tell them to create a rap and then make those things. So automatically when you take to their interest, they will adapt faster. So depending upon your subject, you look at what is problem solving, get them to think, and get them to answer. I hope I've answered your question.
If I understand, because my thing was in maths and science, you can easily take in design thinking because there are those the steps can be followed easily. But when it comes to languages and essays,
so languages again essays, like you give them a situation. If you're giving them like write an essay on myself. So now you give them a situation.
So report writing and all.
So you give them report writing, tell them to do an advertisement, tell them to do something else. If it was an advertisement for a soap, or tell them to do a news article. So again, they're using the same thing. See, we don't necessarily need them to write formal letter, informal letter. But you can do the same thing in different things. What you're trying to understand is if they understood what language to use where. So you can tell them if it's an advertisement catering to so-and-so public. If you're doing a newsletter, of course, you need to go more professional. So you give them different situations. So you're looking at the same thing. Give them a situation. You need to add so many verbs. You need to add so many adjectives. You need to make sure your language is appropriate for the right audience. You tell them who the audience is.
that, if you're catering to somebody who's a primary, they need to write according to that level. If they're writing for, Narendra Modi, that level needs to go higher. If they're talking to a teacher, a letter to a teacher, a parent, a friend will change. So you're teaching the same context, but you're just giving them different situations. So you're using the design thinking, but differently. So you tell them who is the problem, what is the problem, how is it going to help, and how are these things going to be taken ahead in life. I hope I've answered the question. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm really thankful to each one of you for being so nice and being listening so and taking away, doing everything that I've asked you all to do. Thank you, everyone.
Heartfelt thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shweta.
Thanks to
And
everyone here.
See how every teacher brings in something, a flavor of his or her own. So when we get together, that's why collaborate is so important. Even as teachers, when we sit together and we work on these things, it really makes a difference. So genuinely grateful to see you, Shweta, and we hope to see you again
later on. Yes,
Thank
of course,
you.
miss.
Thank you.
Of course, you can collect your sheets when you go back. You can collect your sheets if that helps you to look back and reflect back again. I will take it. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. And also, I'll give the stationery back. It's
Please don't leave. It's not the end of the session. 15 minutes with you. It's 15 minutes. Do you need to take these sheets back?
No, these they can take. This is for them for their takeaway, whatever they plan. Even this. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks. I'll just take a picture with you once you're done. I'll wait.
Oh, okay. So teachers, in the morning we did the review. And I'll try and be as brief as possible. I don't want to delay you. We said we'd wind up because our friends have to go way back to Wada and beyond. So we have concluded our offline sessions today of the academic year 2024-25. Please be present online on 25th of April for the concluding session. Now, I need to briefly tell you that those of you who attended GGPS this time may have noticed that there was a completely different energy to GGPS. And we had young people, students, who came up to me and said, we want to do something for GGPS. We want to see it carry on and not end in any way. So we constituted a youth wing of GGPS. Now, the problem with us is that we are not visible on social media because the whole thing is just being managed by Donna and myself. We have no time, no energy left because of the number of projects we are doing. We are not just doing this GCED and GDPS work. We are also helping different schools. Different schools ask us for workshops. They are not a part of this. Podar is constantly asking other schools, JDC and etc. We're constantly doing things for them. Now, because we need help with social media, we would like you teachers to talk about GTPS to other schools. If you're good with social media, pass on the message. You know that GTPS conferences are completely free. We somehow get this money for it, and that is from the funds we collect from you for the GCED Consortium. This is the only source of our income. So I urge you teachers that you spread the news about the kind of work that we are honestly doing and get more people involved in it. The youth also want to do something for us. So if you have ideas of what the young people can do for us to increase our visibility on social media, please, please, please write on the group that we've already constituted. Very, very importantly, we had Mahira, we had Myra Desai, the psychologist from Jaslok, we had the neurosurgeon Mazda Turel, and we had the cyber expert from Raj Shekhar from the National Cyber Security. Now, when having conversations with them, they told me once, Mahira told me once that there are more children today who are mentally ill between the age group of 8 and 12 than there are in other age groups. And I said, why? And she said, because of social media. And of course, social media is not all bad. But then I went on to reading two very major books, The Anxious Generation and I, Parent. Why don't you sit, Shweta?
I'm good. Thank you.
So I realized that what is happening to our tweens, this age group is called the tweens, is that they are being heavily influenced by social media into doing stupid things. For instance, the girls are divided into two groups. These are websites on which you and I are not allowed. They make sure that only kids are allowed on this website. And there are many, many websites of that kind. Secondly, once these kids get onto it, they tell the children what to do. You know about gaming and about blue whale and all of that. That is one thing. But here children are told to do stupid things like going and licking toilet seats in order to get 1,000 likes. And children have done that and they've been seriously ill, naturally. But they've got their 1,000 likes. Or they are told to apply kerosene on their body and go as near a fire as possible. The nearer they go, the more likes they get. And again, children have done this kind of insane thing. And when you ask the influencers, why did you make them do this? One of the influencers who asked them to go and lick toilet seats said, because of coronavirus infection, the virus got more attention than I did. So obviously somebody who's sick in the head, who's making our children ill. Then again, the girls are told that you can either be Annies or Billies. And this sounds so cute. We would think it's a new Secret 5 or a Secret 7 of Enid Blyton. Nothing as innocent as that. They are encouraged to be either anorexic or bulimic. You know what anorexia is? When you literally eat minimal and you starve your body to be thin, not slim, thin, pencil thin. And the children are told that you have to step on the weighing scale and every day take a picture of the weighing scale and send it to us. And then we will allow you to remain in the group or you get thrown out of the group. And then the kids are creating avatars, exposing body parts. A lot of things are happening. So at GTPS, we thought that we would take up this as a project and we'll call it Project Scroll Control. We don't want to preach. Nobody likes to be preached at. And the children are scared to talk to adults. You know, they don't know. That's why so many are committing suicide. So many are getting mentally ill. So we thought that when we talk about the theme of GTPS was inner peace for outer peace for global peace, we have to start with inner peace. So what we're going to do is we're going to write to the different schools and we are going to ask schools to register for a very minimal paltry amount. We haven't decided on the amount, but it will be like something 300 to 500 rupees. And even if schools can't afford that, they can write to us and we can consider. So the money is not the issue. The issue is that we will ask each school in one age group to choose about 8 to 10 children. And these children will do a digital story. They will create a story. We do everything art-based. Remember, our whole GTPS was an art-based, ABL teaching, art-based learning. So the children will be asked to make a video, to create a protagonist, a character, and show the character moving from regarding technology as magic to manic to toxic. And once their character is stuck in a situation, they have to find a way to get their character out of that situation, all in 2.5 minute video. Okay, this is going to happen nationwide. We have the National Cyber Security with us in the form of a group called ISAC. We have CERTAN, which is a government body on cyber security. And The first 100 videos which are well made will all be put up on our GTPS and on their national government websites. And the 10 best will be called to Delhi and be given prizes. So we urge you, this is a project and it can be in any language, any of these languages. As soon as the brochure is finalized, in the next 10 days, I think, but because now we are working with these big government organizations.
Yeah, and also that organization IZ will be conducting workshops which will be available offline and online for those schools.
These workshops will help the students with solutions. That suppose your character is caught in a case of sextortion. How do you get out of it? So we are only providing solutions through this.
Why strong passwords matter. Stopping fake emails, safe social media habits.
This will come to you. Don't worry. We haven't finalized it. Don't take pictures of it, please. We haven't finalized it. So it will all, the students will be empowered to deal with their own selves. And yet it's disguised as a storytelling, digital storytelling competition. You know, we hate competitions. But when we tell teachers and schools to register and colleges to register, they all want competitions. Therefore, the government suggested that this time we go in for competition, which is not, it's still not something I'm happy with. But so be it. The important thing is that if you encourage your school to take part in this project, you will also see the videos that other people make. And we will then put up everything and everything will be freely available to everyone. So please, I urge you, we call this projects, just come to the title slide. We call this Project Scroll Control. And we are changing this word here, a digital storytelling video making contest. The emphasis is on digital storytelling. And it's very important that teachers don't butt in. Let the children do their work honestly. Honestly. And don't call in a professional to edit it or somebody to advise the students. We want to hear the children's narrative. See, if you think for a moment, where the women's movement gave voice to women, the Dalit movement gave voice to the Dalits and to the Adivasis and to the tribal people. We want to give voice to our youth. We want to hear their stories, not your stories. Please. So whichever school you come from, or if you know friends and all in other schools, please encourage as many schools as possible to participate in this program. Okay? And it's going to be nationwide. So that's Project Scroll Control. Okay? So thank you very much. You have been lovely. Any questions? Yeah, okay, please.
Ma'am, these videos, so they are like
up to them. But I would suggest that their faces be blank. We don't want the characters, you know, that creates a complete new set of worries. Because if they are real life characters, we don't want to show them in these kind of situations. The whole aim is to empower our children, to make them see that there is hope, to make them see that there is a way out, that they can have conversations with people, if there are helplines to help them. So that is a whole, and you know, when I talked to one of the principals of a B.Ed college, she told me, why should we do this? Because then even innocent children who have not done this will be tempted to do it, to check it out. According to statistics of cybersecurity, 97% of Indian children in villages and in cities are on these websites. And we know nothing about it. And they are damaging our children. And then there are all kinds of learning problems, LD problems and all. And we say sudden learning disabilities and this and that, but a lot of it is connected. So I'm not saying social media is all bad, but we are trying to grapple with in our own humble way, we are trying to grapple with the problems created by social media and empower our children. Okay, so do you like this project? Do you think it's an interesting concept? Yes? Please go back and request your schools to, all we need is one video. And then the best videos will be put up in October because that's a cyber security month. All right, and we'll keep you in touch about Project Scroll Control. Okay, so thank you very, very much. You've really been wonderful all through the year. And we do hope to see you on 4th July for the next round of GCED work. Any problems that you have, anything that you wish to learn, please tell us during our last online session on 25th April. Okay, thank you, bye-bye, and God bless. What